They were supposed to destroy the empire, not die for it. Swedish raiders who attacked Constantinople with 200 longships in 860 AD should have been its eternal enemies. Yet 3 centuries later, their descendants chose death over abandoning the Byzantine throne. What could possibly transform bloodthirsty Vikings into the most loyal soldiers in medieval history? The answer involves a betrayal so complete, it rewrote the rules of loyalty, rivers flowing with both gold and blood, and a transformation so shocking that these foreign barbarians became more devoted to the Byzantine Empire than its own citizens. But first, you need to understand how impossible this really was. The greatest betrayal in military history begins as an act of loyalty. Swedish longships rowing toward Constantinople in 860 AD carry men whose descendants will die defending the empire they now attack. Warriors whose axes will one day guard the throne they currently seek to topple. The transformation that unfolds across 3 centuries defies every assumption about barbarian nature and civilized authority, creating soldiers so faithful they choose death over dishonor when their adopted empire faces its final crisis. The mathematics are terrifying. 200 vessels bearing perhaps 8,000 warriors against a city that has never fallen to barbarian assault. But the numbers lie. This raid represents something beyond mere plunder-seeking, a collision between Swedish silver hunger and Byzantine wealth that will forge bonds stronger than any the empire has known since Roman legions marched these streets. From that attack will come scars the city carries for generations. These raiders strike with systematic brutality that reveals intimate knowledge of Byzantine weaknesses. They know which harbors lack adequate chains, which walls rely more on reputation than mortar, which districts house the workshops that produce the silk and gold that makes this raid worthwhile. But Photius, writing his panicked encyclical to rally Christian resistance, cannot foresee that descendants of these same barbarians will one day stand between emperors and assassins' blades. What the patriarch observes represents the culmination of changes that began in northern forests, where Nordic adventurers discovered something their Danish and Norwegian cousins had missed. The eastern rivers offered paths to wealth that eclipsed anything Irish monasteries or English kingdoms could provide, while Western Vikings perfected the art of smashing Saxon skulls for church silver. The Swedes learned subtler mathematics, that Arab dirhams flowed northward along trade routes that rewarded diplomacy more than destruction, patience more than savagery. Geography determined everything. Swedish territory possessed what Western raiders lacked: rivers flowing eastward into continental depths, where vast fortunes awaited those clever enough to establish trading relationships rather than merely conducting raids. The sphere controlled waterways that connected Baltic amber to Black Sea markets, northern furs to southern silk, and, most crucially, Nordic hunger to Byzantine gold, through routes that required months of careful navigation, rather than quick strikes followed by hasty retreats. The silver streams tell their own story. Arab dirhams from Baghdad flow northward, like blood through arteries, each coin carrying the dreams of Abbasid merchants who trade silk for amber, the calculations of Khazar middlemen who tax every transaction, and the ambitions of Swede chieftains who measure status in arm rings hammered from coins bearing Quranic verses they cannot read, but whose weight they assess with practiced fingers. By 850 AD, more Islamic silver reaches Scandinavia than flows to Western Europe through Mediterranean trade, a fact that reshapes Northern European politics in ways that chroniclers struggle to comprehend. Halfdan Silverarm knows the sound that wealth makes when it strikes the oak planks of his trading ship. In his Uppsala hall, he pours Arab coins through weathered fingers, while his nephew memorizes routes that transform merchants into princes. The boy learns calculations that Western raiders never master. That a shipload of Baltic amber commands 50 dirhams in Novgorod. That 50 dirhams purchase furs worth 200 in Khazar territories. And that 200 dirhams can secure passage south to cities whose names sound like incantations. Cherson, Constantinople, places where real fortunes wait for men bold enough to follow rivers toward destiny. The shipwrights who serve these expeditions develop techniques that distinguish Eastern adventurers from their Western cousins, while Danish vessels prioritize speed for quick escapes, and Norwegian ships emphasize cargo capacity for transporting plunder. Swedish dragon ships must survive journeys spanning seasons while navigating rivers that demand shallow drafts and ocean storms that require deep keels. Master shipbuilder Thorkel Ironnail shapes oak with precision that borders on artistry, creating vessels that breathe with Baltic swells, while remaining sturdy enough for portages where waterways die and new streams begin. Clinker construction reaches its zenith in these hybrid designs. Each strake overlaps its neighbor like scales on some mythological serpent, the hull flexing with waves that would snap rigid Mediterranean galleys. Iron rivets driven through oak planks create joints that strengthen under stress rather than weakening, while tar and moss caulking seal gaps that would otherwise admit the icy waters that claim ships designed by less experienced builders. These vessels stretch 30 meters from stem to stern, their shallow drafts enabling navigation in streams barely deep enough for fishing boats, while their reinforced keels survive groundings that would cripple conventional craft. The fundamental difference reveals itself in weaponware. Danish axes show the nicks and stains of splitting Saxon shields and Irish skulls. Sphere blades bear different scars, scraping ice from rigging during winter journeys, cutting timber for portage rollers, and defending merchants rather than terrorizing monks. These Eastern warriors develop skills that Western raiders never need, reading river currents, negotiating with tribal chieftains, calculating long-term profits rather than seeking immediate plunder. Their success depends on relationships rather than reputation for brutality. Morning mist clings to Lake Mälaren as crews prepare for journeys that will determine whether families survive the coming winter. Women weave protective runes into their husbands' cloaks while children touch axe blades for luck, their small fingers learning the weight of iron that might determine their father's fate in lands where Norse gods hold no sway, and local spirits demand unknown appeasement. Each departure carries transformation's possibility. Farmers might return as jarls, or might never return at all. The rivers become highways toward transformation. Norse adventurers launch their vessels into currents that have never known foreign keels, following waterways that exist in merchants' memories rather than mapmakers' charts. Trade goods accumulate in Uppsala, warehouses like prayers awaiting divine attention. Amber collected from storm-swept beaches lies beside sables trapped in forests that never see summer warmth. Iron forged in bog furnaces waits alongside honey gathered from hives that sustain entire communities. Each item represents calculated risk, weight that reduces speed but commands premium prices, bulk that complicates portages but opens markets that justify extraordinary dangers. At Staraya Ladoga, the future takes physical form. What begins as seasonal market stalls protected by earthworks evolves into permanent structures housing Norse merchants who winter alongside Slavic traders. The settlement represents unprecedented cooperation between peoples whose languages share no common roots, but whose commercial interests align perfectly. Swedish silver purchases Slavic knowledge of river conditions, while Slavic guides receive Nordic iron and amber that enhance their status among tribal confederations controlling crucial portage routes. Ulf Whiteshirt constructs the first stone warehouse at this pivotal location, his investment representing faith that seasonal commerce will generate profits justifying permanent infrastructure. Local Slavic chieftains contribute intelligence about tribal politics and seasonal patterns, while Swedish merchants provide manufactured goods and precious metals that create prosperity benefiting both populations. The partnership succeeds beyond anyone's expectations, encouraging similar ventures throughout the river network that will eventually connect Scandinavian fjords to Byzantine harbors. Shipwright techniques adapt to requirements that Western raiders never face. River vessels must combine oceanic seaworthiness with shallow drafts, enabling navigation, where conventional ships would ground on sandbars. Portage capability becomes crucial since geographic realities interrupt water transport at predictable intervals. These hybrid designs influence maritime architecture throughout Northern Europe, while creating the specialized knowledge that enables Nordic expeditions to penetrate territories beyond Western reach. Knowledge flows faster than goods along these trade routes. Each successful expedition returns with intelligence that enables subsequent journeys to avoid dangers, while exploiting opportunities that inexperienced traders might overlook. Maps exist only in travelers' memories, their mental charts recording not just geographic features, but political boundaries that shift with seasons and the changing loyalties of tribal leaders, whose favor determines whether expeditions return with profit or vanish without trace. While Danes perfect monastery burning and Norwegians master coastal raiding, Swedish adventurers establish relationships enabling access to wealth exceeding anything violence can provide. The eastern routes reward different virtues: diplomatic skill rather than martial ferocity, strategic patience rather than tactical aggression, and the ability to calculate long-term advantages rather than seeking immediate gratification through destruction. These distinctions shape cultural developments that will influence the character of men destined to serve Byzantine emperors. Portage season tests everything Swedish expeditions represent. Crews must drag 30-meter vessels across terrain, offering no assistance while maintaining vigilance against tribal groups who view foreign expeditions as either profitable opportunities or existential threats. Physical demands exceed anything sedentary populations can imagine, while psychological pressures of operating beyond any possibility of rescue forge group cohesion that transforms individual adventurers into coordinated units capable of achieving objectives exceeding individual capabilities. The rhythm of portage work creates its own music, keels scraping against oak rollers, crews grunting against hemp ropes, and boots finding purchase on ground that offers no easy passage. Each step carries expeditions deeper into territories where survival depends on decisions made by men whose experience enables them to distinguish between opportunities and traps, potential allies and certain enemies, acceptable risks and inevitable disasters. Return journeys transform participants. Men who departed as farmers and craftsmen come home bearing silver arm rings and silk clothing, their sea chests filled with exotic goods, and their memories crowded with images of cities whose splendor exceeds northern imagination. These veterans describe markets where spices perfume the air, palaces whose walls gleam with gold leaf, and rulers whose wealth makes northern jarls seem like paupers. Their tales inspire new expeditions while establishing reputations that will eventually reach Byzantine ears. The silver flowing into Swedish hands carries more than monetary value. It brings knowledge of markets extending beyond horizons, relationships with merchants whose networks span continents, and opportunities that will eventually draw northern men into service with emperors whose power transcends anything. Nordic experience provides precedent for understanding. Arab dirhams represent more than currency. They are keys unlocking doors that lead toward destinies no northern seer ever prophesied. As seasons turn, expeditions prepare for journeys, determining whether coming years bring prosperity or starvation to families whose survival depends on decisions made by men they may never see again. Wives bless weapons, while children count foreign coins, whose Arabic script represents hopes transcending individual ambitions. These departures mark more than seasonal cycles. They are historical moments when northern courage encounters eastern opportunity in combinations that will reshape the world. The dragon ships slipping downstream toward distant markets carry more than trade goods and hopeful merchants. They transport dreams of peoples discovering that the world extends far beyond previous imagination, that fortune favors those bold enough to follow rivers toward uncertainty, and that sometimes the greatest treasures lie not in enemy conquest, but in alliance creation that transforms adversaries into partners in enterprises benefiting everyone involved. From these northern streams, from these early expeditions, from these first contacts between Norse resolve and Slavic cooperation, will emerge the men who become Varangians. The axes raised against Constantinople's chains in 860 will one day defend imperial thrones. The ships now approaching Byzantine harbours with hostile intent will return bearing loyal warriors whose northern steel protects southern gold. The greatest transformation in medieval military history begins here, in Swedish rivers flowing toward Byzantine destinies that no participant can foresee, but all will help create. The waterway that will carry Vikings to Byzantine thrones first teaches them to die in Russian currents. Every spring thaw on the Volkhov and Dnieper releases dragon ships toward Constantinople's gold. But the mathematics are brutal. For every 3 Northmen who launch from Novgorod's docks, only 2 will survive to see the Black Sea. The passages that forge the highway between Scandinavian ambition and imperial service exact their toll in bones scattered across rapids that have no names in any Christian tongue. Death comes in languages these warriors cannot speak. Slavic war cries from forest ambushes, Pecheneg arrow songs whistling across portage sites, and the wordless roar of cataracts that seize ships and dash them against stones older than any Nordic kingdom. Yet the survivors who navigate these liquid graveyards emerge transformed, their crews bound by shared mortality into units capable of serving emperors whose power exceeds anything Baltic experience provides precedent for understanding. Ibn Fadlan watches from the Volga's banks in 921 AD as the most terrifying specimens of humanity he has ever encountered. Prepare for rituals that mock every principle of civilized behavior. The caliph's ambassador, dispatched from Baghdad to negotiate with Bulgar leaders, instead discovers Rus warriors whose very existence challenges Islamic understanding of human possibility. His pen trembles as he records observations that will preserve for history the first detailed encounter between Arab sophistication and Nordic savagery. I have never seen more perfect physical specimens, the chronicler writes, his scholarly precision warring with visceral revulsion at what he witnesses. Tall as date palms, blonde and ruddy, their bodies covered in dark green tattoos from fingernails to neck, trees and mysterious symbols that seem to move in firelight. Each man carries an axe, a sword and a knife, their weapons so integrated with their beings that they seem born armed rather than equipped. The craft that bear these giants represent maritime engineering, adapted to requirements no Mediterranean designer ever contemplated. Built for waterways that barely qualify as navigable streams, these longships must survive ocean storms while maintaining shallow drafts, enabling passage through channels where conventional galleys would ground on submerged rocks or scrape against sandbars that shift with seasonal floods. Clinker-built hulls flex with currents, while reinforced keels endure the grinding contact with riverbed stones that marks every mile of eastward progress. Master shipwright Thorkel, wave strider, shapes oak planks with precision that borders on prophecy, each curve calculated to shed water while deflecting enemy arrows, every joint designed to strengthen under stress that would snap conventional fastenings. His dragon ships stretch 90 feet, from carved prow to steering board, their shallow drafts enabling navigation in waters 18 inches deep, while their reinforced spines survive groundings that would cripple craft built with Mediterranean techniques. The Volkhov route opens like a manuscript written in water and stone, its pages telling stories of Scandinavian persistence that transforms impossible geography into profitable opportunity. From Lake Ladoga, this waterway flows past Staraya Ladoga's expanding warehouses toward Novgorod's timber walls, carrying craft whose cargoes represent calculated risks that will determine whether ventures return home with profit or never return at all. Each bend conceals possibilities, friendly clans offering safe passage for reasonable tribute, or hostile forces whose arrows seek Rus hearts with enthusiastic accuracy. Navigating these flows demands skills that combine seamanship with diplomacy, the ability to read currents and weather patterns with the wisdom to distinguish between potential allies and certain enemies. Crews learn to recognize the subtle signs that indicate ethnic territories, carved posts marking boundaries, smoke patterns revealing settlement locations, and the quality of silence that distinguishes empty wilderness from forests, concealing watching eyes whose owners calculate whether visitors represent opportunity or threat. The Great Southern Highway beckons beyond Novgorod's walls, where the Volkhov connects with portage routes leading to the mighty Dnieper. This system, flowing through territories controlled by Slavic clans, whose cooperation remains essential for Rus' success, offers passage toward Kiev and ultimately toward the Black Sea routes that terminate in Constantinople's golden harbors. But the Dnieper guards its secrets jealously, demanding tribute measured in precious metal, sweat, and frequently blood. Every mile southward increases both potential rewards and inevitable dangers. Regional chieftains controlling strategic positions demand payments that ventures must balance against expected profits, while Pecheneg raiders patrol territories where nomadic mobility provides advantages that waterborne forces cannot counter through conventional defensive measures. The mathematics of survival require constant recalculation, as circumstances change faster than intelligence networks can provide updated information. Arab currency flows northward through these networks like liquid gold, each dirham carrying dreams of Abbasid dealers who exchange silk for amber, calculations of Khazar middlemen who tax every transaction, and ambitions of Rus jarls who measure status in arm rings, hammered from coins bearing Quranic verses they cannot read, but whose weight they assess with practiced fingers. By 850 AD, more Islamic wealth reaches Scandinavia than flows to Western Europe through Mediterranean commerce, a fact that reshapes European politics in ways that chroniclers struggle to comprehend. The Seven Rapids earn their fearsome reputation through Rus bones scattered across rocks that have claimed craft for decades, before Ibn Fadlan witnesses their destructive power. Each cataract possesses a Norse name that reveals understanding of specific dangers. Esupi means don't sleep, for crews who must remain vigilant against flows that seize unwary longships and dash them against stones. Ifar translates as ever fierce, describing waters that boil with perpetual violence regardless of seasonal conditions. Ulvorsi, the island rapid, forces navigation through channels barely wide enough for single craft, while hostile clans position themselves to exploit Rus' vulnerability during these treacherous passages. Galandi, the yelling rapid, earns its name from the sounds that water makes when compressed between narrow stone walls, and from the screams of men swept overboard into torrents that return no one to their companions' desperate reaching hands. Portage season transforms Rus ventures into military operations, requiring coordination that exceeds anything Western raiders attempt during monastery strikes or coastal raids. 40 men must drag 90-foot longships across terrain, offering no assistance while maintaining defensive vigilance against Pecheneg horsemen, whose arrows seek targets made vulnerable by physical exhaustion and geographical constraints. The labor exceeds human endurance, while the tactical situation guarantees catastrophic casualties if defensive discipline falters. The rhythm of portage work creates its own brutal music, keels scraping against log rollers, hemp ropes creaking under impossible strain, and boots slipping on ground that provides no reliable purchase. Crews grunt synchronized curses in Scandinavian dialects, while scanning tree lines for movement that might herald Pecheneg attacks, designed to eliminate ventures at their most vulnerable moments. Every step forward costs energy that must be preserved for potential combat, while every pause increases exposure to enemies whose patience exceeds Rus' endurance. From the vantage of his own tradition, an Arab chronicler regards these events with emotions caught between wonder and dread, his background unable to interpret a world where men hazard death cheerfully for profit rather than for faith or kin. Ibn Fadlan's training enables him to recognize tactical brilliance disguised as barbaric recklessness, while his Islamic faith struggles to comprehend peoples who worship multiple gods, yet demonstrate loyalty that exceeds anything civilized nations achieve through shared monotheistic beliefs. The longships that survive these ordeals emerge transformed, their crews bound by shared suffering into units capable of achievements exceeding individual capabilities. Men who began ventures as independent dealers discover themselves functioning as coordinated military forces whose effectiveness derives from intimate knowledge of each companion's strengths and limitations. These bonds, forged through mutual dependence during impossible passages, create the psychological foundations that will enable future Varangian service to Byzantine emperors. Beyond the final rapid, the Dnieper broadens into navigable waters that carry Rus craft toward encounters with peoples whose political sophistication challenges Baltic assumptions about civilization and savagery. The Khazar kingdom, controlling territories where European streams meet Asian steppes, demonstrates governmental capabilities that enable effective administration of territories spanning multiple ethnic populations while maintaining military effectiveness that deters aggression from both settled and nomadic neighbors. Khazar officials who regulate waterway commerce understand the economics that drive Rus missions, while possessing authority to facilitate or terminate ventures whose success depends on permissions that diplomatic skill must secure. These negotiations require capabilities that Western raiders never develop: the ability to calculate mutual advantage while presenting proposals that benefit all parties, rather than simply demanding tribute through implied threats of violence. Wealth pouring from these negotiations surpasses anything monastery raids or coastal piracy could ever yield. Khazar dealers offer manufactured goods whose quality rivals Byzantine craftsmanship, while demanding commodities that Scandinavian territories produce naturally: amber, furs, iron, and honey that Baltic forests yield to those possessing knowledge and patience necessary for systematic exploitation. These relationships create commercial partnerships that transcend ethnic and religious boundaries through mutual recognition of economic advantage. Prince Askold, and Dir, legendary figures whose historical existence remains debated, but whose symbolic importance transcends factual verification, represent the first Rus warlords to gaze upon Constantinople's impossible walls while calculating possibilities that exceed conventional raiding objectives. The brothers, if brothers they were, established Kiev as the southern capital of this expansion, while maintaining connections with Baltic bases that provide military reinforcement during crises requiring coordinated response. From Kiev's timber fortifications, these early rulers command territories that stretch from Scandinavian shores to Black Sea approaches, their authority depending upon Rus military capabilities, combined with Slavic agricultural productivity and Khazar commercial expertise. This synthesis creates governmental possibilities that transcend traditional ethnic limitations, while demonstrating how military conquest can evolve into political administration when circumstances favor cooperation over exploitation. The invitation that reshapes European history arrives through mechanisms that chronicle sources describe with varying degrees of credibility, but whose essential meaning transcends specific details. Slavic leaders, exhausted by internal conflicts that prevent effective resistance to external threats, while undermining commercial relationships essential for regional prosperity, extend offers to Rus chieftains whose military effectiveness they admire, while fearing the consequences of continued fragmentation. Our land is rich, but there is no order, runs the chronicle version of this appeal. Come and rule over us. Whether these exact words crossed Slavic lips matters less than their accurate representation of political realities that favor intervention. The territories offer resources and strategic position, while lacking governmental structures capable of coordinating defensive efforts or maintaining commercial relationships that regional prosperity requires. Rurik's response to this invitation, assuming Rurik existed as an individual rather than representing collective leadership, demonstrates willingness to adapt raiding capabilities to administrative responsibilities. The transition from seasonal missions seeking immediate profit to permanent settlement, requiring long-term planning, represents evolution in thinking that reflects experience gained through decades of commercial relationships with peoples whose cooperation depends on governmental reliability rather than military intimidation. The settlement that emerges from this political experiment creates precedents that influence European development for centuries. Military leadership combines with Slavic agricultural knowledge and local political traditions to produce governmental systems capable of effective territorial administration, while maintaining military effectiveness that deters foreign interference. This synthesis demonstrates possibilities for political evolution that transcend ethnic boundaries through practical cooperation serving mutual interests. As resources flow from northern waters towards southern shores, prosperity accumulates in ways that fortify governmental institutions and foster cooperation among groups whose past interactions were shaped by rivalry. The precious metal that purchases military services also funds infrastructure development that benefits all regional populations, while generating commercial opportunities that transcend subsistence economics. The transformation of raiders into administrators represents more than political evolution. It demonstrates cultural adaptation that preserves essential characteristics while acquiring capabilities necessary for governing territories, whose complexity exceeds anything experience provides precedent for managing. The axes that once split Saxon skulls learn to weigh judicial decisions, while hands that gripped steering boards master administrative tools, enabling coordination across continental distances. Every spring brings new missions down waterways that flow toward Byzantine territories, their dragon ships carrying men whose ambitions evolve with each successful voyage. What begins as commercial ventures gradually acquires political dimensions, as leaders recognize opportunities that transcend seasonal raiding or even permanent settlement. The wealth visible in Constantinople's harbors suggests possibilities that conventional approaches cannot achieve, while requiring capabilities that existing methods cannot provide. The flows that carry these crafts southward bear more than water. They transport dreams of men discovering that the world extends far beyond previous imagination, that political power can achieve results exceeding anything military force alone accomplishes, and that sometimes the greatest transformations emerge from willingness to adapt capabilities to serve purposes that original training never anticipated. From these passages, from these commercial relationships, from these political experiments will emerge the men who become Varangians. The routes that test endurance against impossible geography create warriors capable of surviving Byzantine court intrigue. The negotiations that secure cooperation develop diplomatic skills applicable to imperial service. The administrative experience that transforms raiders into rulers provides governmental knowledge that will prove invaluable when axes guard southern thrones. In their depths, streams keep memory alive, carrying the ambitions of traders toward Byzantine riches, even as they guard the remains of those who underestimated hazard or miscalculated distance. Their relentless current gathers centuries of triumph and tragedy, steering lives toward futures invisible in the moment, but born from choices made at every obstacle, every turn, every path carved through the land. Never has a shield carried greater irony than the one Oleg nails to Constantinople's gates in 907 AD, bearing the raven of northern gods, while rusting there as his descendants learn to serve the Christ whose city they now terrorize. Prince Oleg wheels ships across land like siege engines, unaware that his political heirs will bow before Eastern emperors, that northern axes will guard palace thrones, and that Scandinavian steel will spill its blood, defending the very walls his warriors now assault. History's greatest reversal begins with the most audacious attack the medieval world has ever witnessed. 2,000 dragon ships darken the Bosphorus like a plague of locusts, their masts stretching beyond count, while court scribes struggle to comprehend numbers that exceed their mathematical training. Emperor Leo VI watches from the Great Palace as impossible vessels approach his capital, craft that should not exist in these numbers, carrying warriors from territories that appear on no official map, threatening a city that has never fallen to barbarian assault. Mathematics of terror prove simple. 8 men per ship means 16,000 Northmen, now preparing to demonstrate that walls cannot stop what determination can achieve. What emerges from Oleg's tactical genius defies every assumption about siege warfare that Eastern military manuals contain. Timber rollers appear beneath dragon ship keels, as thousands of warriors drag their vessels from water onto land, their longships moving across fields like monuments to northern ingenuity. Defenders who witness this spectacle understand they face enemies whose strategic thinking transcends conventional limitations, whose willingness to transform ships into siege engines suggests capabilities that traditional preparations cannot address. As Prince Oleg surveys Constantinople's defenses from his command ship, now mounted on wheels and rolling toward the Theodosian walls like some mythological beast, tactical innovation combines Scandinavian seamanship with Slavic engineering. His warriors cheer as their vessels approach stone walls that have withstood Arab sieges and Bulgarian attacks, their confidence derived from following a leader whose imagination exceeds any enemy's defensive preparations. Across the capital, evacuation reveals how completely palace authority collapses when confronted by threats that exceed institutional capacity to respond. Civilians flee toward inner walls, while administrators burn documents rather than allow them to fall into barbarian hands whose literacy they cannot assess. An empire that considers itself heir to Roman greatness discovers that sophistication provides no protection against enemies whose tactical approaches transcend civilized understanding of warfare's possibilities. Beyond mere territorial expansion, this assault demonstrates the culmination of political evolution that transformed Scandinavian raiders into administrators capable of coordinating resources across continental distances. Ships rolling toward Constantinople carry not just warriors, but the governmental apparatus of a state whose territorial extent exceeds the Eastern Empire, while whose military effectiveness challenges court assumptions about barbarian capabilities. From Lake Ladoga to the Dnieper's mouth, strategic movement reflects vision that spans generations of careful expansion. Rurik's political heirs understand that controlling waterways means controlling the wealth that flows between northern resources and southern markets, while territorial consolidation enables coordination of military resources that individual settlements could never achieve. Capital relocation from Novgorod to Kiev represents recognition that power flows toward riches, and riches accumulate where routes converge. When Igor succeeds his kinsman, ambitions exceed even Oleg's audacious achievements. His court planning operations, whose scale reflects growing confidence in northern capabilities. Young Prince Igor surrounds himself with jarls whose experience spans decades of successful campaigns, their collective wisdom enabling strategic planning that anticipates Eastern responses while exploiting weaknesses that previous raids have identified. These councils demonstrate governmental sophistication that challenges every palace assumption about barbarian organizational capabilities. During treaty negotiations that conclude Oleg's campaign, precedents emerge that reshape Mediterranean economics, while creating diplomatic relationships between peoples whose cultural differences seem insurmountable. Court officials, accustomed to dealing with neighboring powers whose political structures mirror official institutions, must adapt their negotiating approaches to accommodate northern leaders whose authority derives from personal loyalty rather than institutional hierarchy, whose decision-making processes prioritize consensus over sovereign decree. Terms that emerge from these discussions reveal how military success transforms into economic opportunity when political wisdom guides tactical achievements. Northern dealers gain rights to enter Constantinople in groups of 50, their weapons surrendered at designated points, while palace officials provide documentation enabling legal business within the capital. These arrangements acknowledge military capabilities while channeling northern energies toward profitable activities that benefit both sides rather than periodic devastation that serves no one's long-term interests. Through these negotiations, Constantinople grants privileges that reflect recognition that accommodation costs less than resistance when dealing with enemies whose capabilities exceed defensive capacity to contain. Northern dealers receive free baths in court establishments, lodging in designated quarters, and provisions for return voyages that acknowledge their status as diplomatic guests rather than conquered supplicants. Such courtesies demonstrate palace sophistication in transforming potential enemies into profitable partners through generosity that costs little while yielding substantial returns. Within palace chancelleries, chroniclers struggle to categorize peoples whose cultural characteristics defy traditional frameworks for understanding foreign populations. Those who row, writes one court historian, his description capturing the maritime identity that distinguishes northern visitors from land-based neighbors, while failing to grasp the political sophistication that enables coordination of resources across territories whose extent exceeds official imagination. These administrative difficulties reflect broader challenges that complex societies face when confronting peoples whose organizational methods transcend conventional categories. Between these new arrangements, goods flow in patterns that demonstrate how military confrontation evolves into economic collaboration when political leadership recognizes mutual advantage. Northern dealers arrive bearing amber collected from Baltic shores, furs trapped in forests that stretch beyond mapped territories, honey gathered from hives that sustain entire communities, and wax that enables manufacturing processes requiring materials that southern territories cannot produce independently. These commodities command premium prices, while creating demand that justifies continued northern investment in southern markets. Among return cargoes, palace recognition of northern market opportunities becomes apparent. Silk woven in court workshops travels northward, alongside wine from vineyards that produce beverages unknown in Scandinavian territories, while gold coined in official mints flows toward regions where precious metal purchases loyalty more effectively than sovereign authority commands obedience. These exchanges create economic relationships that transcend political boundaries, while generating wealth that benefits all participants. Behind legitimate goods, human cargo represents the darker reality of business that official treaties prefer not to acknowledge explicitly. Slavs captured during territorial expansion find themselves transported toward markets where human bondage remains legal and profitable, their sale providing revenue that funds continued military operations while supplying palace households with domestic workers whose skills command substantial prices. This aspect of northern business demonstrates how relationships can flourish despite moral contradictions that participants choose not to examine too closely. From his throne, Constantine VII observes these developments with the perspective of a ruler whose authority depends upon successful management of relationships with neighbors whose military capabilities might threaten survival if diplomatic approaches fail to maintain peaceful coexistence. This emperor recognizes that northern military effectiveness exceeded eastern defensive capacity, while their territorial resources offer opportunities that could enhance prosperity through carefully managed collaboration rather than costly confrontation. In responding to the needs of accommodation, the palace shows its ability to bend administrative practice toward new realities. Harbor officials learn to process documentation written in Slavonic scripts they cannot read, while customs inspectors develop procedures for assessing the value of goods whose market worth they must estimate without prior experience. These adaptations reflect institutional sophistication that enables effective governance despite cultural barriers that initially seem insurmountable. Among Constantinople's populations, psychological impact proves more complex than official policies anticipate. Citizens who witness northern dealers conducting business within palace walls must reconcile their cultural assumptions about barbarian inferiority with evidence of foreign capabilities that challenge traditional hierarchies. These confrontations between preconception and reality create cognitive tensions that force reassessment of beliefs about civilizational superiority that court ideology had promoted as self-evident truth. Within churches, religious authorities face particular challenges when northern visitors demonstrate practices that combine Christian elements with pagan traditions in ways that confuse theological categories. Northern dealers who cross themselves before conducting business while wearing Thor's hammers alongside Christian crosses represent syncretistic approaches to spirituality that challenge official assumptions about religious identity and cultural development. These encounters force clerical authorities to develop pastoral approaches for dealing with peoples whose faith defies conventional classification. Around port facilities, settlement patterns reflect how international business creates multicultural communities or that transcend traditional ethnic boundaries. Northern dealers who establish permanent residences marry local women while maintaining connections with Scandinavian territories. Their children growing up bilingual and bicultural, while serving as bridges between societies whose cooperation enables prosperity that isolation could never achieve. For military commanders on both sides, lessons learned from these encounters influence strategic thinking for generations. Eastern commanders recognize that Northern tactical innovations require defensive adaptations that traditional manuals never contemplated, while Northern leaders understand that palace resources enable sustained operations that seasonal raiding could never accomplish. These insights shape future planning while creating mutual respect that facilitates diplomatic solutions to conflicts that military action might otherwise escalate beyond anyone's capacity to control. Across Constantinople's harbour, architectural modifications reflect practical adaptations to accommodate vessels whose design characteristics differ from traditional Mediterranean craft. Docking facilities must be enlarged to handle dragon ships whose length exceeds conventional galley dimensions, while storage warehouses require expansion to accommodate goods whose bulk creates logistical challenges that smaller ventures never generated. These infrastructure investments demonstrate commitment to maintaining relationships that generate revenues exceeding their costs. Through regular contact, linguistic exchanges create vocabulary borrowings that reflect technological transfers benefiting both cultures. Greek terms for urban crafts enter Slavonic languages, while Northern words for maritime techniques enrich court naval terminology. These lexical developments documenting how professional knowledge crosses cultural boundaries, when practical necessity overcomes traditional prejudices about foreign capabilities. Regarding navigation, weather patterns that affect scheduling become subjects of shared knowledge, as Northern experience with seasonal variations combines with Eastern understanding of Mediterranean conditions to improve voyage planning. Northern navigators learn to anticipate southern storm patterns, while harbour masters develop procedures for accommodating arrival schedules that reflect different seasonal rhythms. This collaboration demonstrates how relationships generate practical benefits that transcend cultural differences. Under developing legal frameworks that govern disputes, different judicial traditions coexist when political leadership prioritizes practical solutions over ideological purity. Eastern law adapts to acknowledge Northern customs regarding contractual obligations, while Northern legal procedures incorporate palace standards for evidence and testimony. These compromises create hybrid systems that serve both communities while demonstrating possibilities for institutional evolution that rigid adherence to traditional practices could never achieve. By 944 AD, patterns established through Oleg's audacious demonstration have evolved into systematic relationships that benefit both sides while creating precedents for future developments that neither party can fully anticipate. Shields that Northern warriors nailed to palace gates have rusted away, but the economic and diplomatic connections that emerged from military confrontation continue generating wealth and political influence that will eventually draw Northern axes into court service. From the moment vessels rumble overland toward the Byzantine capital, a long unfolding begins, one that slowly shifts relations from battlefield hostility to diplomatic partnership. Revenues that flow through these relationships will eventually enable palace recruitment of Northern warriors, whose loyalty exceeds anything traditional diplomatic arrangements could achieve, while cultural exchanges that accompany business create understanding that makes such service possible. Those who row their dragon ships toward eastern harbors carry more than amber and furs. They transport the future of medieval military service toward destinations that neither they nor their customers can foresee. Axes that threaten Constantinople's gates will one day defend palace thrones, while ships that roll across land will inspire tactical innovations that reshape siege warfare throughout the medieval world. Greek fire transforms the Black Sea into liquid hell in 941 AD, its flames leaping from wave to wave, while Prince Igor's fleet burns like candles before the altar of Roman technological superiority. 10,000 Northmen who rode south, dreaming of golden plunder, now scream prayers to gods who cannot quench fires that burn upon water itself. This catastrophe will birth something unprecedented, the first Orthodox baptism of a major northern power, achieved not through missionary zeal, but through a grandmother's calculated vengeance and a prince's matrimonial ambitions that reshape medieval Europe. When Igor's dragon ships approach Constantinople's harbours, their crews expect another profitable raid, like Oleg's legendary assault 40 years earlier. Instead, they encounter weapons that mock every assumption about warfare's natural limitations. Siphons mounted on eastern galleys spray liquid fire that ignites whatever it touches while continuing to burn, regardless of attempts to extinguish it with water, sand, or desperate prayers to northern deities who have never faced Roman engineering. Among the survivors who drag themselves onto Anatolian beaches, stories emerge that will haunt Slavic campfires for generations. The Romans have lightning from heaven, gasps Sveneld the Brave, his beard singed away by flames that pursued his ship across waters that should have provided sanctuary. Their fire lives and breathes like a dragon, consuming wood and flesh with equal hunger, while dancing on waves as if the sea itself had turned against us. Princess Olga receives news of her husband's death with the composure of a woman who has learned that power demands sacrifices but never forgives weakness. Igor's assassination by Drevlian tribesmen, angry over excessive tribute demands, represents more than dynastic crisis. It challenges the fundamental authority that enables Kievan control over territories stretching from Baltic shores to Black Sea approaches. The princess understands that mercy will be interpreted as weakness, while decisive action can transform tragedy into opportunity for demonstrating power that deters future rebellions. From her palace in Kiev, the regent plans vengeance that will enter Slavic folklore as a masterpiece of psychological warfare, designed to terrify potential rebels throughout her territories. The Drevlian delegation that arrives seeking political accommodation, with young Prince Sviatoslav's regency, receives courtesies that mask preparations for justice, whose severity will ensure that no tribe ever again considers regicide a viable political strategy. Across the Dnieper, Drevlian envoys approach Kiev's timber walls, expecting negotiations that will secure their tribe's autonomy while acknowledging nominal Kievan authority. Instead, they discover themselves honored guests whose treatment reveals Princess Olga's tactical brilliance in transforming diplomatic protocol into instruments of exemplary punishment. The first delegation finds itself carried in their boat to what they believe is a ceremonial honor, only to discover themselves deposited in a pit where live burial awaits those who murder princes. What follows demonstrates how orthodox mercy can coexist with political necessity when religious transformation serves strategic purposes. 20 Drevlian nobles burn alive in a bathhouse they entered, expecting to cleanse themselves for negotiations, their screams echoing across Kiev, while Princess Olga observes from palace windows. These calculated murders establish her reputation for ruthlessness, while creating psychological conditions that will make her subsequent spiritual metamorphosis even more remarkable to contemporaries who witness pagan fury evolving into ecclesiastical wisdom. As Vladimir surveys the religious options available to a prince whose political calculations must balance domestic traditions with international opportunities, in 987 AD, the young ruler recognizes that spiritual authority can complement temporal power when properly integrated. Religious affiliation determines which diplomatic relationships remain available for exploitation. While envoys from different faiths present their cases with varying degrees of sophistication, their arguments revealing how missionary zeal intersects with geopolitical considerations. Within the palace at Kiev, Islamic representatives describe the attractions of a faith that has conquered territories from Spain to India, while offering spiritual and material rewards for theological transformation. Their presentation emphasizes the military effectiveness of Muslim armies and the opportunities available through membership in a religious community that spans 3 continents. Yet when discussions turn to practical requirements, including prohibition of alcohol consumption, the prince delivers the verdict that destroys Islamic hopes. Drinking is the joy of our people. We cannot exist without it. Between competing theological arguments, practical considerations dominate decision-making, as Kiev's sovereign calculates which religious affiliation will provide maximum political advantage while requiring minimal disruption of existing cultural practices. Jewish representatives describe their ancient traditions and superior literacy rates, but cannot overcome the disadvantage of lacking territorial sovereignty, while Catholic faith offers connections with Western kingdoms whose power remains limited compared to the Eastern Empire's enduring strength and sophisticated governmental institutions. Through diplomatic channels, negotiations with Constantinople reveal possibilities that transcend ordinary religious adoption to include matrimonial alliances that would elevate Kievan's status, while providing the emperor with military assistance that could determine dynastic survival. Emperor Basil II faces civil war, led by Bardas Phocas, whose rebellion threatens to overthrow legitimate authority, while foreign enemies exploit internal divisions that weaken border defenses throughout Anatolia and the Balkans. Before Constantine VII, Princess Olga had knelt in the Great Palace during her 957 baptism, the first northern ruler to accept Orthodox faith, while maintaining political independence that enabled her to negotiate as an equal rather than a supplicant. Court chroniclers recorded the ceremony with fascination, mixed with bewilderment at witnessing a woman whose reputation for ruthless violence had transformed into gracious acceptance of teachings that preached forgiveness, while her political authority remained undiminished by religious obligations. During the ceremony that formally welcomed her into the faithful community, Olga's spiritual transformation represents more than individual baptism. It demonstrates how religious adoption can serve political objectives when properly managed. Constantine VII himself serves as her godfather, an unprecedented honor that acknowledges her independent sovereignty while creating spiritual bonds that facilitate future diplomatic cooperation between peoples whose cultural differences previously seemed insurmountable. Against all precedent, the bargain that the Kievan ruler negotiates with Basil II includes provisions that astonish contemporaries through their audacity. 6,000 warriors in exchange for marriage to Anna Porphyrogenita, sister of the emperor and first palace princess ever promised to a barbarian sovereign. This arrangement reflects desperation on both sides. The prince needs the prestige that royal marriage provides, while Basil requires military assistance that only northern warriors can deliver, with sufficient effectiveness to defeat domestic enemies. Beyond religious transformation, the political implications reshape medieval European power relationships. As Kievan alliance with Constantinople creates strategic possibilities that threaten established balances throughout the region. Polish and Hungarian rulers recognize that their Slavic neighbor has acquired diplomatic status that enables access to resources and military technologies previously available only to established Orthodox kingdoms, while Western European courts must reconsider their assumptions about barbarous peoples who can negotiate marriages with sovereign families. What emerges from these arrangements demonstrates how spiritual adoption can catalyze political evolution that transcends theological considerations. The baptized prince's ceremony at Chersonesos, the Crimean fortress he captures to demonstrate his worthiness as a royal brother-in-law, represents a metamorphosis that affects not just individual souls, but entire civilizations whose relationships have been redefined through matrimonial diplomacy, backed by military effectiveness that commands respect throughout the known world. From the Golden Horn to the Dnieper Rapids, news spreads that northern pagans have become Eastern Orthodox through negotiations that preserve their political independence while granting access to palace resources and diplomatic recognition. This spiritual shift creates precedents that will influence European development for centuries, as other rulers recognize the advantages available through religious affiliation that serves political objectives while maintaining cultural autonomy in areas that do not affect theological essentials. At Chersonesos, the fortress walls that witnessed the prince's baptism have seen Greek colonists, Roman legions, and Khazar raiders, but never a ceremony that transforms international relationships through sacramental action that creates spiritual bonds with political implications. The ruler who emerges from these sacred waters possesses authority that derives from both northern military traditions and Eastern Orthodox legitimacy, a combination that enables diplomatic initiatives transcending conventional limitations. Throughout Kiev, mass baptism of the population demonstrates how religious adoption can be achieved through administrative efficiency when political leadership commits sufficient resources to the process. The sovereign soldiers drive citizens into the Dnieper, while priests perform ceremonies on a scale that transforms spiritual initiation into governmental policy, their actions creating an Orthodox kingdom where pagan traditions had flourished for centuries without encountering serious theological challenges. Within Constantinople's palace, Anna Porphyrogenita prepares for marriage to a barbarian prince whose baptism provides political necessity with religious justification. Born to the purple, educated in classical literature, and trained in court ceremonial, the princess must adapt to circumstances that no sovereign woman has previously faced, while her sacrifice serves diplomatic objectives that could determine whether her brother's dynasty survives domestic challenges. Among Kievan boyars, reactions to their ruler's religious transformation reveal how political considerations override theological concerns when survival depends upon adaptation to changed circumstances. Nobles who had participated in pagan sacrificial rituals now attend Orthodox liturgies with apparent devotion, their spiritual shift reflecting pragmatic recognition that opposition to royal policy threatens their political positions while cooperation offers opportunities for advancement in the new religious order. For Constantinople's patriarch, performing marriage ceremonies between court princesses and recently baptized barbarian rulers creates theological challenges that require innovative interpretations of canonical requirements. Traditional church law prohibits marriages between the faithful and infidels, but the Kievan sovereign's baptism, however recent and politically motivated, provides legal justification for arrangements that serve state interests while maintaining ecclesiastical dignity through compliance with religious requirements. Across the Eastern Empire, military commanders observe Kievan warriors with professional interest as these northern allies demonstrate capabilities that exceed anything traditional diplomatic relationships could provide. 6,000 men whose loyalty derives from personal bonds with their prince, rather than institutional obligations, prove more reliable than mercenary forces, whose effectiveness depends upon regular payment, while their tactical innovations influence governmental military development. During siege operations against Bardas Phokas, Kievan axes proved their effectiveness against rebellious forces, whose conventional training never anticipated northern fighting techniques. The psychological impact equals their tactical value, as palace troops rally behind allies, whose reputation for ferocity precedes them into battle, while enemy forces face opponents whose military culture emphasizes individual prowess, backed by group cohesion that professional armies struggle to match. From roots in political strategy, a genuine spiritual current emerges, with orthodox doctrine guiding Kievan development in ways no ruler could fully control. Churches built throughout the sovereign's territories become centers of literacy and artistic development, while monastic communities preserve classical learning alongside Slavonic traditions, creating educational opportunities that enhance administrative capabilities while strengthening cultural identity. What began as matrimonial diplomacy evolves into civilizational transformation that affects every aspect of Kievan society, from legal codes to architectural styles. Sacred moral teachings modify traditional practices regarding warfare, slavery, and judicial procedures, while Eastern liturgical traditions influence artistic development that creates distinctive cultural syntheses combining northern vigor with southern sophistication. By 990 AD, the spiritual adoption that Kiev's ruler achieved through diplomatic marriage has created an Orthodox kingdom whose military alliance with Constantinople provides strategic advantages that neither partner could achieve independently. Northern warriors serve Eastern interests while gaining access to wealth and technologies that transform their homeland's political capabilities, demonstrating how religious transformation can catalyze developments, transcending spiritual considerations to include comprehensive cultural evolution. The axes that will one day guard palace thrones acquire their orthodox blessing through ceremonies that transform pagan warriors into faithful soldiers, their baptism enabling service that transcends mercenary relationships to include spiritual bonds that will prove stronger than gold when tested by ultimate crises. From the Dnieper's baptismal waters emerge men whose loyalty to the true faith will exceed their devotion to earthly princes. Through the Kievan sovereign's spiritual adoption, the foundation is laid for Varangian service that combines northern military effectiveness with orthodox devotion, creating possibilities for loyalty that transcends cultural boundaries while serving political objectives that benefit both partners. The prince who traded his soldiers for a royal bride has unknowingly purchased immortality for northern warriors whose faithful service will outlast the empire they died defending. 6,000 Nordic blades will save Byzantium from civil war and, in doing so, forge the most loyal military unit in medieval history. The fighters Vladimir sends south in 988 AD arrive as political payment for a royal marriage, but they will evolve into something unprecedented: foreign soldiers whose devotion to Eastern emperors exceeds that of any domestic troops. These men, sworn to defend a throne they cannot inherit in service of a faith they barely understand, will become the axe-bearing elite whose loyalty outlasts the empire itself. Bardas Phokas rides toward Constantinople at the head of 40,000 rebels, his banners proclaiming restoration of military virtue against an emperor he considers weak and illegitimate. The general's cavalry thunder across Anatolian plains while his infantry march with the confidence of professionals who have never known defeat, their approach creating panic within palace walls where the sovereign counts his remaining allies and finds the mathematics of survival increasingly desperate. Within the Great Palace, Emperor Basil II confronts the brutal arithmetic of dynastic extinction. Domestic forces that remain loyal number fewer than 15,000 men, many of questionable reliability when facing rebels whose cause attracts soldiers tired of royal taxation and endless frontier campaigns. Traditional alliances with neighboring powers offer little assistance, while mercenary companies demand payment that an empty treasury cannot provide. The young ruler recognizes that conventional solutions cannot address problems that threaten to end a dynasty stretching back 4 centuries. From his throne room, the sovereign contemplates options that his predecessors never faced. Letters from Kiev offer military assistance in exchange for concessions that violate every precedent regarding court dignity and marriage policy. Vladimir's proposal represents desperation meeting opportunity. 6,000 fighters whose effectiveness has been proven in campaigns against Pecheneg raiders and Khazar armies. Their services available in return for matrimonial alliance that would elevate a barbarian prince to unprecedented status. Against his advisors' protests, the emperor calculates that foreign troops offer advantages that domestic forces cannot provide. Scandinavian soldiers possess no connections to Byzantine political factions, no family loyalties that might influence their battlefield decisions, and no territorial ambitions that could transform military service into political rebellion. Their foreignness, initially seeming like a disadvantage, becomes their greatest asset in an empire where civil war erupts from domestic loyalties rather than external threats. Through diplomatic channels, negotiations reveal the unprecedented nature of arrangements that both rulers recognize as necessary, despite their revolutionary implications. No palace princess has ever married a barbarian ruler, while no foreign army has received the privileges that Vladimir's men will enjoy. These precedents shatter traditional assumptions about royal dignity while creating possibilities for military effectiveness that conventional approaches cannot achieve. As winter gives way to spring in 988, dragon ships begin arriving at Constantinople's harbours, carrying cargo more precious than silk or spices. Each vessel disgorges 30 fighters, whose appearance confirms every Eastern assumption about Nordic ferocity, while their disciplined behavior suggests military sophistication that barbarian stereotypes cannot explain. These men carry Danish steel, whose metal has been folded and refolded until its strength exceeds anything Mediterranean smiths can produce. Weapons inspection reveals the technological superiority that Scandinavian metallurgy has achieved through centuries of warfare against enemies who respect only superior equipment. 5-foot hafts topped by 12-inch blades create leverage that enables individual combatants to cleave through mail and helmet with single strokes. Their effectiveness proven against Pecheneg cavalry and Khazar infantry, whose own weapons represent the finest craftsmanship available beyond palace borders. Each blade bears unique characteristics that reflect its owner's personality and combat experience. Notches mark successful engagements, while runic inscriptions invoke divine protection from gods whose names sound alien to orthodox ears. These weapons represent more than tools of war. They embody cultural identity that will adapt to court service while maintaining essential characteristics that define Nordic traditions. Captain Sigurd Thorson leads the first contingent that disembarks at Constantinople's docks, his weathered features bearing scars that tell stories of battles fought in territories whose names appear on no official maps. Behind him march veterans whose experience spans conflicts against peoples that palace intelligence services struggle to identify, their collective knowledge representing military expertise that no domestic force can match through conventional training methods. Within the palace, ceremony transforms political necessity into sacred obligation. as these foreign soldiers swear oaths that bind them to royal service with spiritual as well as contractual force. The Hagia Sophia witnesses unprecedented scenes as Scandinavian voices echo beneath its dome, their rough Slavonic syllables blending with Greek prayers, while steel rests against marble floors where emperors have knelt for centuries. Before the altar that houses Christianity's most sacred relics, each fighter places his weapon while reciting vows that commit him to defending the throne regardless of personal cost. The ceremony combines Orthodox liturgy with Nordic customs, creating hybrid rituals that acknowledge both the spiritual significance of service and the cultural identity that these men bring to their new allegiance. Archbishop Nicholas performs blessings that consecrate weapons traditionally associated with pagan warfare, transforming implements of Scandinavian violence into instruments of palace protection. Holy water sprinkles steel that has split Saxon skulls and Pecheneg shields, while prayers invoke divine favor upon men whose previous loyalties served earthly lords rather than heavenly authority. What emerges from these ceremonies represents more than military recruitment. It constitutes the birth of an institution that will influence court history for centuries. The Guard begins as an expedient solution to immediate crisis, but evolves into something unprecedented, a military unit whose loyalty transcends ethnic boundaries while maintaining cultural characteristics that distinguish it from conventional forces. Financial arrangements that accompany military service demonstrate official recognition of Nordic soldiers' exceptional value. Each guardsman receives monthly wages totaling 44 gold nomismata, nearly 4 times the 12 nomismata paid to regular troops, while additional benefits include superior equipment, preferred quarters, and privileges that acknowledge their elite status within palace hierarchy. These payments reflect calculated investment rather than mere generosity. Treasury expenditures required to maintain 6,000 elite troops cost less than recruiting equivalent numbers of mercenaries, while providing military capabilities that exceed anything conventional forces can achieve. The mathematics prove favorable despite initial costs that strain royal finances already weakened by civil war expenses. Beyond monetary compensation, guardsmen receive access to palace facilities that regular troops never enter. Barracks constructed near the emperor's residence provide accommodations that acknowledge both security requirements and the prestige associated with proximity to sovereign authority. These arrangements create a military elite whose living conditions reflect their special status, while enabling rapid deployment when emergencies demand immediate response. Training programs adapt Scandinavian fighting techniques to court requirements while preserving battlefield effectiveness that made these soldiers valuable in the first place. Byzantine officers learn to coordinate formations that combine traditional phalanx tactics with individual combat skills that Nordic culture emphasizes, creating hybrid approaches to warfare that maximize strengths while minimizing weaknesses inherent in either system. Deployment against Bardas focus provides the first test of arrangements that theory suggests should prove effective, but practical application must validate. The battle at Chrysopolis in 989 demonstrates how foreign troops can serve royal interests while maintaining tactical approaches that domestic forces find difficult to imitate successfully. On the field at Chrysopolis, 6,000 Danish blades proved their worth against rebels, whose conventional training never prepared them for Scandinavian fighting techniques. Guard formations advance with disciplined ferocity that combines individual prowess with group cohesion, their psychological impact exceeding even their tactical effectiveness, as palace troops rally behind allies whose reputation precedes them into combat. Bardas Phocas himself falls to a guardsman's steel, the rebel general's death ending resistance that had threatened to destroy royal authority while validating the wisdom of policies that transformed foreign fighters into domestic guardians. The victory establishes precedents for future military deployments, while confirming that Nordic loyalty can serve court interests more effectively than domestic allegiance compromised by political considerations. After triumph at Chrysopolis, the surviving guardsmen returned to Constantinople, bearing laurels that establish their reputation as elite troops whose effectiveness exceeds anything traditional recruitment can provide. Their success creates institutional momentum that transforms temporary expedient into permanent feature of palace military organization. Within sovereign walls, integration of foreign soldiers into domestic hierarchy creates challenges that administrative innovation must address. Questions of precedence, ceremonial roles, and command relationships require solutions that acknowledge both military effectiveness and cultural sensitivities, while maintaining royal dignity that traditional structures are designed to preserve. Language barriers initially complicate coordination between Nordic troops and Byzantine officers, but practical necessity drives development of communication methods that enable effective military cooperation. Interpreters become essential personnel, while basic vocabulary in both languages enables direct interaction that reduces dependence on intermediaries whose presence slows battlefield decision-making. Religious differences pose fewer obstacles than anticipated, as Orthodox Christianity provides common spiritual foundation that transcends ethnic distinctions. Scandinavian fighters adapt to Eastern liturgical practices, while maintaining cultural traditions that do not conflict with theological requirements, creating synthesis that enriches both traditions while serving practical needs of military community. Housing arrangements reflect the unique status that guardsmen occupy within palace hierarchy. Barracks designed specifically for Nordic troops acknowledge their distinct requirements while integrating them into court security systems that benefit from their presence. These facilities become cultural centers where Scandinavian traditions blend with Byzantine sophistication. Food provisions accommodate Nordic dietary preferences while introducing Mediterranean cuisine that broadens cultural horizons. Guardsmen learn to appreciate wine alongside traditional ale, while court kitchens adapt to prepare familiar foods that maintain morale during adjustment to foreign environments. As relationships develop between guardsmen and local women, policies evolve to regulate them, establishing legal frameworks that permit family formation without undermining military efficiency. From these arrangements are born children who grow up bilingual and bicultural, their lives bridging communities linked through service. By 989 AD, the institution that emerges from crisis has established characteristics that will define guard service for centuries. Foreign troops whose initial deployment served immediate political necessity have become integral elements of palace defense, whose loyalty exceeds that of any domestic forces. The steel that sworn guardsmen carry into court service bear blessings that consecrate Nordic iron for orthodox purposes, their weapons transformed from instruments of pagan warfare into tools of divine protection. These men have found their destiny in defending thrones they cannot inherit while serving faiths they are still learning to understand. What began as Vladimir's political payment for royal marriage has created military possibilities that neither ruler anticipated when negotiations commenced. 6,000 soldiers have become the foundation for an institution that will span centuries, while maintaining essential characteristics that distinguish them from all other military units in medieval history. The long path leading from Swedish streams to Byzantine splendor ends with Scandinavian warriors sworn as imperial guardians. The guard stands unshaken, bearing sacred steel and loyalty that has weathered every battlefield. 50 years of war will transform 6,000 foreign soldiers into the most feared military unit in Christendom, their axes dripping with blood from battlefields that stretch from Armenia to the Danube. Emperor Basil II, who inherited northern protectors as a desperate expedient, will forge them into instruments of expansion whose loyalty exceeds anything domestic troops can provide. By his reign's end, the Bulgar slayers' axe-bearing defenders will control access to the throne itself, their presence determining which courtiers live and which die at the sovereign's displeasure. No ruler in Byzantine history campaigns more relentlessly than the man who earns the epithet Slayer of Bulgars through systematic destruction of enemies who dare challenge royal authority. From his accession in 976 until his death in 1025, this emperor spends fewer than 5 years within Constantinople's walls, his life consumed by military operations that expand the empire's borders, while consolidating power through victories that his northern guards make possible. Across Anatolia's burning villages, the reputation of axe-bearing foreigners spreads like plague among enemies who learn that defeat means more than military loss. It means facing warriors whose cultural traditions celebrate death in battle, while their adopted faith promises eternal rewards for defending orthodox emperors. These men kill with religious fervor that domestic soldiers cannot match, their effectiveness derived from spiritual as well as tactical superiority. When Bulgarian Tsar Samuel musters his armies at Kleidion in 1014, he faces forces that have never known defeat under their current sovereign's leadership. The enemy ruler commands 45,000 Slavic fighters, whose fighting qualities have frustrated Byzantine expansion for decades. Their mountain strongholds and guerrilla tactics enabling resistance that conventional military responses cannot overcome. Yet Samuel has never confronted the tactical innovations that Scandinavian steel brings to palace duty. Within the Byzantine camp, guardsmen prepare weapons that will decide the empire's fate, while their emperor calculates how complete victory might finally end Bulgarian independence. These northern fighters have learned to coordinate individual prowess with formation discipline, their training combining foreign ferocity with Eastern tactical sophistication in ways that create capabilities exceeding anything either tradition could achieve independently. Battle erupts at dawn as Bulgarian cavalry charges positions that seem vulnerable to traditional assault techniques. Samuel's horsemen thunder across the valley floor, while their infantry follows in formations that have proven effective against previous Byzantine expeditions. Yet these rebels have never faced defenders, whose cultural background emphasizes personal combat excellence backed by group loyalty that transcends individual survival instincts. Through gaps in Bulgarian lines, the Guard advances with disciplined savagery that combines tactical precision with individual skill that enemy forces cannot match. Their Danish steel cleaves through Slavic shields, while their formation discipline prevents Bulgarian cavalry from exploiting breakthrough opportunities that traditional assault methods might create. The psychological impact equals their tactical effectiveness, as enemy morale collapses before warriors whose reputation precedes them into combat. Tsar Samuel himself narrowly escapes capture when his bodyguard sacrifices itself to enable royal retreat from a battlefield where Bulgarian resistance disintegrates under pressure that conventional defense cannot withstand. The victory establishes northern protectors as elite troops whose effectiveness exceeds anything domestic recruitment can provide, while their foreign origins ensure loyalty that domestic political considerations cannot compromise. After Kleidion's triumph, the emperor demonstrates how victory can fulfill psychological warfare that transcends immediate military objectives. 15,000 Bulgarian prisoners await processing, while their captor contemplates justice that will discourage future rebellion through exemplary punishment, whose severity will enter Balkan folklore as warning to potential enemies. Orders that echo across the prisoner enclosures reveal the systematic nature of vengeance that sovereign authority demands. Every 100th captive retains sight in one eye to guide his blinded companions home, their mutilation acting as living testimony to consequences that await those who challenge palace expansion. The task of executing this mass blinding falls to guardsmen whose cultural traditions view such duties as honor rather than burden. Scandinavian blades perform their grisly work with efficiency that reflects professional competence rather than sadistic pleasure. Each warrior blinds his assigned prisoners with swift strokes that demonstrate mercy within cruelty, their technique minimizing suffering while maximizing psychological impact that these wounded witnesses will carry throughout Bulgarian territories. The operation continues for 3 days, while 15,000 men lose their sight to royal justice. When these blinded multitudes return to Bulgarian territories, their arrival creates psychological trauma that achieves what decades of conventional warfare could never accomplish. Tsar Samuel reportedly dies of shock upon witnessing the return of his mutilated armies, his death symbolizing the complete collapse of resistance that systematic terror has achieved. The empire gains more through this single act of calculated brutality than through years of expensive sieges and destructive raids. Victory celebrations in Constantinople demonstrate how military success translates into material rewards that bind fighters to court employment through gratitude as well as duty. Each survivor receives silk robes whose quality exceeds anything available in their homelands, while gold arm rings, hammered from Byzantine mint stock, provide wealth that transforms foot soldiers into wealthy men whose prosperity depends upon continued palace success. Properties confiscated from Bulgarian nobles provide additional compensation that creates permanent stakes in governmental prosperity. The guard receives estates whose productivity requires supervision that ties them to Constantinople, while generating revenues that supplement military wages. These grants create economic relationships that reinforce political loyalty, while providing incentives for continued allegiance that transcend immediate payment. Within the Great Palace, ceremonial duties evolve that acknowledge the unit's special status, while integrating foreign warriors into court rituals that maintain sovereign dignity. The axe-bearing wall that defenders form during throne room audiences creates visual testimony to royal power, while demonstrating how foreign loyalty can defend domestic authority more effectively than domestic troops whose reliability remains questionable during political crises. The palace protocols adapt to accommodate cultural practices that distinguish northern employment from conventional military duty. Guardsmen maintain their traditional weapons and equipment, while accepting ceremonial roles that require presence rather than action. Their visibility fulfilling symbolic purposes that reinforce royal authority through demonstration of foreign submission to orthodox sovereignty. Some rotation schedules ensure that trained personnel remain available for active duty while fulfilling ceremonial obligations that require constant presence. These men alternate between frontier campaigns that maintain military effectiveness and palace duties that provide security while acknowledging their elite status within court hierarchy. These arrangements prevent military skills from deteriorating through excessive ceremonial work while ensuring adequate protection for sovereign authority. These treasury duties represent the ultimate expression of trust that governmental administration places in foreign loyalty. Warriors whose honesty exceeds that of domestic personnel receive responsibility for guarding wealth that represents state power, their access to precious metals and currency, demonstrating confidence that Scandinavian integrity surpasses Byzantine reliability in areas where temptation might compromise lesser men. During private audiences, axe-bearers stand within the emperor's bedchamber while he conducts business that requires absolute secrecy. Their presence acknowledges both security requirements and the personal trust that develops between sovereign and protectors, whose loyalty derives from spiritual as well as contractual obligations. These intimate duties create relationships that transcend formal military employment, to include personal devotion that domestic troops rarely achieve. Christmas ceremonies establish traditions that will continue for centuries as fighters exercise privilege that acknowledges their special status. The right to touch royal robes and receive gold directly from sovereign hands creates ritualized recognition of duty that provides both material reward and symbolic honor. These customs demonstrate how foreign warriors become integral elements of court identity while maintaining cultural characteristics that distinguish them from domestic forces. Palace observers record scenes that capture the remarkable transformation of barbarian raiders into throne guardians whose loyalty exceeds that of any domestic institution. Chronicler Michael Sellos describes soldiers whose devotion to governmental authority surpasses anything traditional allegiance structures can create, their foreign origins providing advantages that domestic recruitment cannot duplicate. These axe-bearing barbarians fight with loyalty that shames our own people, writes the court historian. Their foreign birth frees them from domestic political considerations, while their adopted faith binds them to royal employment, with spiritual as well as temporal obligations. They have become more Roman than Romans, more Orthodox than Greeks, more loyal than subjects born to purple. Unique requirements emerging from northern obligations prompt adjustments that alter the structure of court administration. Language instruction enables direct communication between emperor and protectors, while legal frameworks establish procedures for addressing disputes that arise from cultural differences. These adaptations demonstrate institutional flexibility that enables effective integration of foreign elements into domestic structures. Anglo-Saxon refugees begin arriving during the later years of the reign, their presence adding new elements to guard composition while maintaining essential characteristics that define the institution. These English exiles, fleeing Norman conquest of their homeland, bring military experience gained through different conflicts while sharing Viking cultural backgrounds that enable integration with existing personnel. Harald Hardrada's brother, Tostig, leads the first significant contingent of English warriors seeking palace employment, their arrival demonstrating how political upheavals in Western Europe can benefit Eastern recruitment. These men possess fighting skills developed against Norman cavalry, while their displacement from traditional territories creates hunger for new loyalties that governmental work can satisfy. Within guard barracks, linguistic diversity reflects expanding recruitment that draws personnel from throughout Northern Europe. Swedish, Norwegian, Danish, and English voices blend in conversations that require multiple languages while maintaining cultural unity that transcends ethnic distinctions. This polyglot military community demonstrates how shared duty can create bonds stronger than tribal identity. To accommodate varied fighting traditions while preserving the cohesion that unified command demands, military instruction adapts over time. Anglo-Saxon shield wall discipline merges with Scandinavian axeplay, while seafaring knowledge enhances English cavalry tactics, producing a force whose versatility no single tradition could achieve. To manage relationships between soldiers and local women, legal structures are crafted that balance the growth of families with the preservation of martial effectiveness. Out of these sanctioned unions come bilingual and bicultural children, whose identities span communities once linked only by military service, providing the demographic stability necessary for institutional survival. Ties between wealth and service ensure that warriors become stakeholders in the palace's fortunes, their loyalty strengthened by both profession and investment. Military wages transform into property acquisitions and land holdings, while families enter trade networks reaching local and foreign markets. The result is a constituency whose prosperity depends on state stability, binding allegiance to institutional success. With foreign customs filtering into the palace and Eastern sophistication reshaping the guard, traditions evolve through steady interaction. Shared instruments, borrowed artistic methods, and adopted literary patterns foster common ground. Yet each community preserves its defining qualities, even as new hybrid forms arise. By 1025, the institution that began as desperate expedient has evolved into integral element of palace governance, whose influence extends far beyond military functions. Guard duty provides model for loyalty that domestic institutions struggle to match, while foreign recruitment demonstrates advantages that traditional approaches cannot achieve through conventional methods. Far more than expedient allegiance, the devotion these men cultivate testifies to an inward transformation. Orthodoxy grants them the categories through which service acquires sacred dimension, reshaping their loyalty into something greater than kinship or coin. The emperor's death creates succession crisis that tests institutional loyalties developed through decades of shared commitment and mutual dependence. Guard response to political uncertainty will determine whether foreign loyalty can transcend personal bonds to defend court continuity, regardless of individual rulers who occupy the throne. These axe-bearing protectors have found their destiny in defending empire and faith with steel, consecrated through duty, that transforms foreign weapons into instruments of divine protection. Their journey from Swedish rivers through Russian rapids to Byzantine thrones reaches culmination in palace chambers, where Scandinavian loyalty guards orthodox sovereignty with devotion that outlasts emperors themselves. Gold flows like water through foreign hands, while Byzantine citizens count copper coins and whisper curses against barbarians who earn triple wages for swinging axes. In the taverns of the Queen of Cities, Varangian fury erupts nightly as overseas warriors discover that wine burns differently than ale, that Greek pride stings more than Pecheneg arrows, and that defending an emperor's life pays better than any honest work their grandfathers ever imagined. These axe-bearing giants have transformed the greatest city in Christendom into their personal playground, where Scandinavian steel commands respect and palace gold, purchases luxuries that would make Swedish jarls weep with envy. Morning breaks over the Blackeney district as Captain Thorkel Ironarm stumbles from his barracks, head pounding from wine that tasted sweeter than victory and burns worse than defeat. Around him, 200 fellow guardsmen begin another day in paradise, their quarters nestled so close to the sovereign walls that court chickens wander into foreign courtyards, while eunuchs complain about barbaric singing that disturbs their morning prayers. Across the courtyard, Eric Bloodaxe sharpens his blade while cursing in 3 languages about the quality of Byzantine whetstones, their softness forcing him to work twice as hard to achieve the edge that Danish steel demands. His grumbling attracts a crowd of younger warriors who gather around their veteran like wolves around a kill, eager to absorb wisdom that might keep them alive during their next royal assignment. "Listen well, you sheep-brained whelps," Eric growls, his scarred hands working metal with practiced precision. The Greeks make fine silk and adequate wine, but their weapons are forged by men who've never felt enemy blood on their hands. Trust your Viking steel. Maintain your axes like your life depends on them. Because in this city of golden fools and silver tongues, they're the only honest friends you'll ever have. Beyond the barracks walls, Constantinople awakens to sounds that no other city can match. The cry of merchants hawking goods from 3 continents, the splash of oars as fishermen return with dawn catches, and the steady tramp of feet as citizens begin another day in the greatest urban marvel the world has ever produced. Yet even this symphony of civilization cannot mask the occasional crash of furniture and foreign oaths that mark another tavern brawl concluded with overseas victory. Within the sacred palace, chamberlains prepare for the Christmas ceremony that grants guardsmen their most cherished privilege, direct contact with royal majesty that domestic troops never achieve. The ritual transforms foreign warriors into temporary equals, as each man approaches the throne to touch sovereign robes with hands that have held Danish steel against enemies whose names court chroniclers cannot spell. Emperor Constantine VIII observes these preparations with the weary tolerance of a ruler who inherited more than he earned, his authority dependent upon Scandinavian loyalty that costs more than previous dynasties ever paid for domestic allegiance. The sovereign understands that gold spent on barbarian wages prevents expenditure of blood on civil wars, making foreign employment the most economical investment his treasury can make. "Bring forth the first of the axe-bearers," commands the court herald, his voice echoing through chambers where Roman senators once debated and Byzantine bureaucrats now calculate the price of survival. The ceremony begins with Magnus the Tall stepping forward, his massive frame dwarfing Greek courtiers, whose silk robes emphasize the difference between men who work with their hands and those who labor with their minds. As Magnus extends weathered fingers toward royal purple, the touch that follows represents more than ceremonial privilege. It embodies the transformation of raiders into defenders, pagans into orthodox warriors, outsiders into insiders whose access to power exceeds that of citizens whose families have served emperors for generations. The gold that fills his palm afterward merely confirms what the ritual has already established. These foreigners possess status that domestic loyalty cannot purchase. Behind palace walls, the hippodrome thunders with crowds whose enthusiasm for chariot races exceeds their appreciation for the overseas giants who guard the bronze horses that crown the arena's centerpiece. These ancient statues, plundered from older civilizations, require protection that governmental authorities entrust to warriors whose cultural background enables them to appreciate artistic beauty, while maintaining vigilance against thieves who might covet bronze, worth more than most men earn in lifetimes. Guardsman Olaf Silvertongue patrols the arena's upper tiers, his eyes scanning crowds whose diversity reflects Constantinople's position as crossroads between Europe, Asia, and Africa. Merchants from Baghdad argue with dealers from Venice, while Egyptian traders negotiate with Russian fur sellers, their polyglot conversations creating linguistic chaos that only cosmopolitan cities can sustain. "Watch the man in the red cap," Olaf mutters to his partner, indicating a figure whose nervous behavior suggests intentions that extend beyond legitimate commerce. He studied those horses too carefully for someone interested in chariot racing, and his purse bulges with more than honest coin should provide. The arrest that follows demonstrates how quickly foreign initiative can resolve situations that might otherwise require extensive investigation. Redcap protests his innocence in broken Greek, while Olaf's search reveals lockpicks and bronze-cutting tools that confirm suspicions about his artistic interests. The crowd cheers as loudly for this capture as they do for racing victories, their appreciation reflecting understanding that overseas guardsmen serve their interests as well as throne glory. Throughout the city's tavern district, establishments compete for Viking patronage, by offering services that cater to warriors, whose gold enables indulgences that domestic customers cannot afford. The Golden Lion specializes in imported ale that approximates Scandinavian brewing techniques, while the Silver Anchor provides entertainment that combines Greek sophistication with barbarian enthusiasm for female companionship that transcends cultural boundaries. At the Crimson Cup, Hakon's Snake Eye demonstrates why establishment owners both welcome and fear Varangian patronage. The giant Norseman consumes wine with enthusiasm that would kill smaller men, while regaling increasingly skeptical Greek listeners with tales of battles fought in territories whose existence they question, but whose descriptions they cannot refute, given his obvious survival of experiences that would destroy ordinary mortals. So there I was, surrounded by 50 Pecheneg horsemen, whose arrows buzzed past my ears like angry bees. Hakon boasts, his massive hands gesturing wildly while wine sloshes across wooden tables. My axe sang its death song, while their leader charged with spear aimed at my heart. But Viking steel taught him that foreign reach exceeds domestic courage. The fight that erupts when a Greek shipwright questions this narrative's credibility provides evening entertainment that spectators will remember longer than most theatrical performances. Tables overturn as Hakon demonstrates combat techniques that his stories had merely described, while other guardsmen join the melee with enthusiasm that transforms dispute into educational demonstration of why triple wages represent sound economic policy. Property damage that follows requires compensation that royal authorities deduct from guard wages, creating economic lessons that prove more effective than disciplinary lectures in moderating future enthusiasm. The mathematical relationship between destruction and deduction gradually teaches even the most violent warriors that civilized restraint serves their financial interests while providing tavern owners with insurance against foreign exuberance. In response to relationships between Viking fighters and local women, whose initial interest in gold often ripens into sincere attachment, customs shift to sanction and support these unions. Families born of such marriages unite once separate groups, and their bilingual, bicultural children grow into crucial figures who bridge soldiers and civilians alike. Anna Komnenos marries Sigurd the Red in a ceremony that combines Orthodox liturgy with Scandinavian traditions. Their wedding feast, featuring both Byzantine delicacies and Norse specialties that reflect cultural synthesis occurring throughout the guard community. The bride brings domestic skills and local connections, while her husband provides economic security and social status that few Greek men can match through legitimate employment. Within their household, languages blend as naturally as bloodlines, while cultural practices merge through daily interaction that creates new traditions serving both backgrounds. Children learn Greek and Norse with equal facility while absorbing Christian teachings alongside Viking folklore that survives religious conversion to enrich rather than challenge adopted faith. The Church of St. Olaf rises in the Blackernay district as testament to community needs that existing religious institutions cannot address adequately. Overseas warriors require spiritual guidance delivered in languages they understand completely, while their families need religious instruction that acknowledges cultural backgrounds without compromising theological orthodoxy that Byzantine Christianity demands. Father Magnus, himself a former warrior whose battlefield conversion led to ordination, conducts masses that combine Orthodox liturgy with cultural sensitivity that enables meaningful worship for congregations whose spiritual journey began in lands where different gods received honor. His sermons explained Christian concepts through metaphors that Scandinavian minds can grasp, while maintaining doctrinal accuracy that ecclesiastical authorities require. Christ's sacrifice surpasses any warrior's death in battle, the priest explains to assembled families, whose understanding of heroism derives from cultural traditions that emphasize martial virtue. Yet like the hero who gives his life for his comrades, our Saviour died that others might live, his victory over death providing eternal triumph that no earthly conquest can match. Market days reveal how thoroughly foreign gold has integrated into the city's economic life, as guardsmen purchase luxuries that transform barbarian warriors into sophisticated consumers whose tastes influence trends throughout the empire. Silk merchants adjust their inventories to accommodate demand for fabrics that combine Eastern elegance with Viking practicality, while spice dealers stock seasonings that enhance traditional foods according to overseas palates. At the copper market, Thorsten Goldarm negotiates for Byzantine steel that exceeds anything his homeland's forges produce, his expert evaluation of metallurgy impressing Greek smiths who initially dismissed barbarian understanding of their craft. The weapons he commissions combine Scandinavian design with Eastern materials, creating hybrid tools that serve both practical and cultural requirements. Your bronze work excels, master craftsman, Thorsten acknowledges, while examining a blade whose quality surpasses his expectations. But the handle needs reshaping to accommodate foreign grip techniques, and the balance point must shift forward to serve axe-fighting methods that your traditional weapons cannot support. These technical discussions demonstrate how military requirements drive technological exchange that benefits both communities, while creating relationships that transcend cultural prejudices. Greek metalworkers gain knowledge of overseas fighting techniques, while Viking customers acquire access to superior materials that enhance their professional effectiveness. When economic disparities sharpen, they must be managed with care, lest frustrations spill into open conflict and destabilize authority. Artisans paid in copper watch foreign fighters receive gold, and their protests, framed as objections to privileging muscle over craft, speak to deeper unease about transformations in social order. To diffuse resentment, officials turn to propaganda that stresses the perils of guard service while celebrating the domestic prosperity made possible by foreign soldiers. Scandinavian axes, they argue, preserve the peace in which Greek merchants thrive, just as imperial expansion opens markets that reward all subjects, whatever their origin or profession. The voices of urban dwellers, captured in their petitions, make clear how diversity creates both vitality and tension. Requests for intervention complain of incessant feasting by northern guardsmen, damage from fights spilling into streets, and soaring costs traced to the heavy purses of foreign spenders. Response to these grievances demonstrates governmental sophistication in managing plural societies whose diversity creates both opportunities and challenges that monoethnic administrations never face. Compensation systems address legitimate damages, while legal frameworks establish procedures for resolving disputes that arise from cultural misunderstandings rather than malicious intent. When festival calendars overlap, they provide space for integration, showing how imported customs can complement Byzantine order. Viking commemorations of nature's turning points join with Christian holy days to form shared occasions that affirm unity without erasing diversity. During Yule's celebrations that coincide with Christmas observances, guardsmen demonstrate traditional dances, while their wives prepare foods that introduce Greek neighbors to Scandinavian cuisine, whose hearty qualities complement rather than compete with Mediterranean sophistication. These exchanges create social bonds that transcend ethnic boundaries, while maintaining cultural distinctiveness that enriches rather than threatens Byzantine unity. By mid-11th century, the institution that began as military expedient has evolved into integral element of the capital's social fabric, whose influence extends far beyond palace security to include economic, cultural, and demographic contributions that reshape urban life throughout the Queen of Cities. Foreign warriors have found their home while maintaining identities that serve both personal fulfillment and governmental interests. The axes that defend royal thrones also protect the communities that these men have created within the greatest city in Christendom, their steel consecrated through service that transforms foreign weapons into instruments of domestic peace as well as sovereign power. Viking strength guards Byzantine sophistication, while barbarian gold enriches civilized commerce in arrangements that benefit all participants. Through daily life in Constantinople, these warriors complete their transformation from raiders into citizens. Their journey from Swedish rivers through Russian rapids to Byzantine palaces, finding fulfillment in urban relationships that provide meaning beyond military accomplishment. The Varangian Guard has become more than elite soldiers. They are Constantinople's adopted sons, whose loyalty encompasses city as well as empire, community as well as crown. Steel meets stone beneath the walls of Troina, as Danish axes bite through Arab shields, while Sicilian sun turns Byzantine mail into ovens that cook men alive inside their own armor. The year is 1040, and 6,000 Varangians discover that defending an empire means more than palace ceremonies and Christmas gold. It means bleeding on foreign soil for emperors whose strategic vision demands conquest of territories that most guardsmen cannot locate on any map they have ever seen. Across the burning wheat fields of western Sicily, General George Maniakes surveys a campaign that has devoured 2 years and 30,000 lives, while achieving objectives that exist more in Constantinople's imagination than Mediterranean reality. The veteran commander, whose tactical brilliance earned him command of the most ambitious military operation since Basil II's Bulgarian Wars, watches his northern allies prepare weapons that will determine whether Byzantine dreams of southern expansion die in Sicilian dust or triumph through foreign blood spilled for domestic glory. When the Arab counterattack erupts from Palermo's direction, it brings 40,000 Muslim warriors whose desert experience exceeds anything European soldiers can match through conventional training. These fighters move with coordination that reflects generations of warfare against Fatimid Egyptians and Abbasid rivals, their tactical sophistication challenging every assumption that Christian strategists hold about infidel military capabilities. Against overwhelming numbers, the Guard forms its legendary wall of shields and steel that has never broken under enemy pressure, despite facing odds that would shatter regular troops. Each axe-bearer locks his shield with his neighbors, while Danish steel extends over their barrier like iron thorns that promise death to anyone bold enough to test Scandinavian resolve with direct assault. Through gaps between shields, crossbow bolts seek Arab hearts with mechanical precision that turns individual marksmanship into collective slaughter. The tactical innovation that Maniakes has developed combines traditional phalanx discipline with individual combat skills, creating capabilities that exceed anything either tradition could achieve independently, while maintaining flexibility that rigid formations cannot provide. What follows demonstrates why emperors pay triple wages for foreign loyalty that domestic troops cannot equal through enthusiasm alone. The shield wall advances with methodical precision that grinds Arab resistance into powder, while crossbow volleys eliminate enemy officers, whose death creates command confusion that disciplined assault can exploit. Each step forward costs blood, but each yard gained brings victory closer to realization. Beyond the immediate battlefield, smoke rises from Arab villages whose populations have fled rather than face warriors whose reputation precedes them like plague. The psychological impact of Varangian presence exceeds their tactical effectiveness, as enemy morale collapses before fighters whose cultural traditions celebrate death in combat, while their adopted faith promises eternal rewards for service to Orthodox emperors. General Maniakes observes this carnage from his command position, calculating how completely victory justifies the enormous costs that Sicilian adventure has demanded from treasury and manpower. The strategos recognizes that success here will establish precedents for future expansion, while failure would end Byzantine dreams of Mediterranean dominance, making every casualty either worthwhile sacrifice or meaningless waste depending upon final outcomes. As Arab lines crumble under sustained pressure, surviving enemies discover that retreat provides no sanctuary from warriors whose endurance exceeds their own, while superior equipment enables pursuit that conventional defensive measures cannot halt. Danish axes harvest Arab lives with efficient brutality that transforms military defeat into demographic catastrophe for populations that supported resistance against Christian conquest. Victory celebrations around Troina's captured walls reveal how thoroughly warfare transforms men who began their service defending palace corridors into killers whose effectiveness exceeds anything their homeland training could have prepared them for. Blood stains their steel, while enemy gold fills their purses, the material rewards of conquest providing immediate compensation for risks that bring death closer with each engagement. Within the guards' camp, veterans demonstrate weapon maintenance techniques that keep Danish steel sharp enough to cleave through mail and bone, despite constant use against enemies whose numbers seem unlimited. Young warriors learn from survivors, whose scars tell stories of battles fought in territories, whose names they struggle to pronounce, but whose lessons they must master to survive their next assignment. Clean your blade until you can see your ugly face in its surface, instructs Thorkel Ironarm, his hands working metal with practiced precision that reflects decades of experience. Arab steel is adequate, but their smiths know nothing about folding techniques that give northern weapons their cutting power. Trust your axe, maintain its edge, and it will serve you faithfully when Greek courage fails and retreat becomes impossible. From Syracuse come examples of versatility, as guardsmen apply inherited skills to challenges their Baltic forebears never encountered. Stationed as marines on Byzantine dromons, they master the art of combat on decks that lurch beneath them, even as heavy armor threatens to pull them under should enemy fire breach their hulls. Between Sicily's burning shores and Constantinople's golden harbors, the Guard discovers that naval warfare demands different tactics than land campaigns, while requiring courage that exceeds anything their previous experience demanded. Enemy galleys approach with ramming speed, while Greek fire projectors spray liquid flames that turn sea battles into floating hells, where survival depends upon discipline that prevents panic from destroying formations. At the Battle of the Straits, Varangian marines proved their worth against Arab naval forces, whose experience spans decades of Mediterranean warfare. The engagement begins at dawn, as enemy fleets attempt to break the blockade that prevents reinforcements from reaching besieged Sicilian strongholds, their success potentially reversing all Byzantine gains achieved through months of expensive campaigning. From their positions on droman decks, guardsmen watch enemy vessels approach with professional interest that masks the terror that naval combat inspires in men whose cultural traditions emphasize land-based warfare. The psychological challenge of fighting, while surrounded by water that offers no retreat, requires mental adjustment that some warriors never achieve, their effectiveness compromised by fears that landlocked battles never generate. Combat erupts as bronze rams crash through wooden hulls, while marines leap between vessels with weapons that must kill quickly, before structural damage sends both attackers and defenders to ocean graves. The melee that follows demonstrates how individual skill can determine collective fate, when platforms sink beneath warriors whose survival depends upon eliminating enemies, before their own footing disappears completely. Scandinavian axes prove as effective against Arab naval infantry as they have against land-based opponents, their reach and cutting power enabling individual fighters to clear deck space that conventional weapons could not secure through direct assault. The psychological impact equals their tactical value, as enemy crews discover that northern reputation for ferocity extends to maritime environments where reputation had seemed irrelevant. Victory in the Straits enables continued operations against Sicilian strongholds that Arab reinforcement might have transformed into permanent obstacles to Byzantine expansion. The success validates strategic decisions that committed northern warriors to roles their original recruitment had never anticipated, while demonstrating adaptability that makes foreign troops more valuable than domestic forces whose traditional training limits their tactical flexibility. Bulgarian revolts during the 1040 test guard loyalty against enemies whose Slavic backgrounds create cultural connections that might compromise military effectiveness if ethnic solidarity proves stronger than religious allegiance. These campaigns force northern warriors to kill peoples whose languages they partially understand, while suppressing rebellions that challenge imperial authority through appeals to Orthodox Christianity that both sides claim to represent. At Ostrovo in 1041, Varangian discipline faces its severest trial, as Bulgarian rebels demonstrate tactical sophistication that reflects military experience gained through previous conflicts against imperial forces. These enemies understand Byzantine weaknesses, while possessing local knowledge that enables guerrilla tactics designed to negate advantages that conventional formations provide in open battle. Through mountain forests, where ambush opportunities multiply with each ridge and valley, the guard advances with vigilance that prevents surprise, while maintaining formation integrity that enables coordinated response to attacks that might materialize from any direction. The psychological strain exceeds anything palace duty creates, as warriors face enemies who speak Christian prayers before attempting to kill Christian soldiers. What emerges from these campaigns demonstrates how completely military necessity can override cultural sympathy when imperial orders demand suppression of rebellion, regardless of religious or ethnic considerations. Northern axes harvest Bulgarian lives with efficiency that proves loyalty transcends background when survival depends upon eliminating threats to imperial authority that employs them. Plunder distribution follows established patterns that reward effectiveness while maintaining discipline essential for continued operations. Each warrior receives shares calculated according to rank and performance, while collective bonuses acknowledge unit achievements that exceed individual contributions. The system creates incentives that encourage excellence while preventing competition from undermining cooperation that tactical success requires. Among the spoils that fill northern purses, precious metals and manufactured goods demonstrate how warfare can provide economic opportunities that peacetime employment could never match through legitimate means. Veterans invest their shares in properties and businesses that create permanent stakes in imperial prosperity, while providing foundations for families whose security depends upon continued military success. The reputation that develops around wine-red shields reflects both the Guards' distinctive equipment and their battlefield behavior that makes enemy identification simple while inspiring fear that exceeds their numerical strength. These northern warriors have learned to coordinate individual prowess with formation discipline creating tactical capabilities that exceed anything domestic forces can achieve through conventional training methods. Against Seljuk raiders, who probe Anatolian frontiers with increasing boldness, Varangian formations provide defensive flexibility that static border fortifications cannot match, while maintaining offensive capability that enables pursuit operations when circumstances favor aggressive response. These Turkish enemies possess mobility that challenges traditional defensive thinking, while their archery skills require tactical innovations that conventional approaches cannot provide. During frontier patrols that extend for weeks through territories where villages exist in states of constant siege, guardsmen develop skills that combine wilderness survival with combat readiness. The dual requirements create capabilities that transform palace soldiers into frontier fighters, whose effectiveness derives from adaptation to environments that court training never anticipated. The transformation that warfare creates goes beyond tactical evolution to include psychological changes that distance veterans from civilian populations, whose experiences cannot encompass realities that military life demands. These men return from campaigns bearing scars that extend beyond physical wounds, to include spiritual modifications that combat creates in souls initially unprepared for systematic exposure to organized violence. On the battlefield, chaplains minister to needs born of combat, preserving orthodox doctrine while interpreting experiences civilian congregations rarely confront. Out of this effort emerges a synthesis where northern warrior traditions intertwine with Byzantine theology, forming hybrid expressions of faith that sustain military communities with requirements unlike those of parish life. By 1050, the institution that began as palace guard has evolved into mobile military force whose campaigns span territories from Sicily's beaches to Anatolia's mountains. These warriors have proven their worth on battlefields that test every aspect of their training, while creating reputations that influence imperial strategy throughout the Mediterranean world. Once confined to palace halls, northern blades now carve paths through mountain passes and smash against fortress walls. Their wielders, discovering that empire building exacts costs far greater than courtly display. Through fire and steel, through blood and spoils, they complete the passage from ceremonial guardians to hardened veterans whose loyalty embraces emperor and empire alike, faith and fortune together. From Sicilian citrus groves to Bulgarian mountain forests, from naval battles in Azure Straits to cavalry skirmishes on Anatolian plains, the Varangian Guard has written its name in enemy blood, while demonstrating that foreign loyalty can serve imperial expansion more effectively than domestic forces, whose reliability diminishes with distance from home territories. These men have found glory in service that transcends their origins, while creating legends that will inspire recruits for generations. The path from Swedish rivers through Russian rapids to Byzantine battlefields reaches its climax in campaigns that prove northern steel can conquer southern lands when wielded by warriors whose devotion to adopted emperors exceeds anything biological loyalty could provide. 15 winters have barely touched Harald Sigurdsson's chin when he flees across frozen fields, where his brother Olaf's blood steams in the snow at Stiklestad, the young prince's world collapsing around him as Danish axes claim another throne through the simple mathematics of superior numbers. The boy who escapes that slaughter in 1030 will return 15 years later as the richest man in Scandinavia, his coffers filled with Byzantine gold that purchases kingdoms, and his reputation forged in Mediterranean heat, where he learned that emperor's treasure buys more than northern courage ever could. Blood freezes on the battlefield as the prince crawls between corpses whose faces he recognizes, jarls who taught him swordplay, skalds who sang his genealogy, house guards who swore to die for royal blood that now waters native soil. The 15-year-old exile understands with crystalline clarity that remaining in his homeland means joining these frozen dead, while fleeing eastward offers possibilities that defeat has not yet eliminated. Through forests where wolves track the scent of royal desperation, the young fugitive makes his way toward Gardariki, the kingdom of cities that Swedish enterprise has carved from Slavic territories. Behind him, Magnus the Good consolidates power with Danish support, while ahead lies uncertainty that seems preferable to the certain death that awaits failed princes whose claims threaten established authority. At Kiev's timber walls, Prince Yaroslav receives the exile with calculations that balance Christian charity against political advantage. The Rus ruler recognizes opportunity in hosting a legitimate claimant whose restoration could benefit Kievan interests, while providing military talent that campaigns against Pecheneg raiders desperately need. These arrangements transform royal flight into military apprenticeship that will shape a future king. Within the year, Harold leads cavalry charges against nomadic enemies, whose arrows teach him lessons about warfare that homeland shield walls never provided. The psychological adjustment from infantry combat to mounted warfare challenges everything he understood about battlefield tactics while revealing capabilities that pedestrian fighting could never develop. These skills will prove invaluable when Mediterranean duty demands adaptability that rigid traditions cannot provide. What the chronicles describe as the prince's growing years in Kievan employment reflect intensive military education that transforms royal pretender into professional soldier. The young warrior learns languages, tactics, and diplomatic skills that his upbringing never emphasized, while developing networks of loyalty that transcend ethnic boundaries through shared combat experience and mutual dependence. Through the gates of Constantinople in 1034, a 20-year-old fighter arrives bearing letters that identify him as both political refugee and military asset, whose potential employment could benefit palace interests. The captain who interviews this applicant recognizes qualities that transcend his foreign origins: intelligence, ambition, and ruthless pragmatism that court politics reward more than birthright privilege. Within 3 years, Harold's combination of tactical brilliance and political acumen elevates him to captain's rank, his advancement demonstrating how quickly merit can overcome background when institutional needs align with individual capabilities. The exile's success reflects both personal excellence and systemic opportunities that enable talented foreigners to achieve positions that domestic prejudices might otherwise reserve for native-born candidates. Against the walls of Sicilian cities, Captain Sigurdsson demonstrates innovations that combine northern tactical traditions with Mediterranean strategic requirements. His reputation for cunning grows when he captures a heavily fortified town through deception that chronicles will debate for centuries, feigning death to enable his forces to enter the settlement as a funeral procession, before revealing their true nature with devastating effectiveness. Battle-tested veterans who fight under the captain's command recognize leadership qualities that transcend conventional military competence to include strategic vision and psychological insight that enable victories against seemingly impossible odds. These men form personal bonds with their commander that survive political upheavals while creating loyalty networks that function independently of official hierarchies. What transforms the adventurer from successful officer into controversial figure involves accusations that he systematically diverts palace wealth into private accounts, his methods ranging from creative accounting to outright theft that enriches him while technically fulfilling his military obligations. The charges reflect both actual misconduct and political tensions, created by foreign success that challenges domestic assumptions about merit and reward. Empress Zoe's fascination with the young warrior creates court scandals that provide enemies with weapons against both the foreign officer and the sovereign woman, whose romantic interests become political vulnerabilities. Whether their relationship involves genuine affection or calculated manipulation remains debatable, but its consequences include imprisonment and the necessity for escape that tests every skill his adventurous career has developed. From palace drains that connect royal chambers to harbour sewers, the prince organizes the most audacious treasure theft in Byzantine history, his accomplices lowering gold through waste channels to waiting ships, while guards believe their prisoner remains securely confined. The operation requires coordination that demonstrates organizational abilities exceeding anything conventional military duty demands, while revealing criminal versatility that royal upbringing had seemingly suppressed. Constantinople's harbour witnesses unprecedented scenes as supporters load vessels with wealth, whose quantity suggests systematic plundering, spanning months or years of careful accumulation. The treasure that disappears includes not just currency, but precious objects, religious artifacts, and manufactured goods whose total value approaches the annual revenues of smaller kingdoms. Jerusalem's gates receive pilgrims whose devotion appears questionable to contemporary observers who suspect that the journey serves commercial rather than spiritual purposes. The expedition that follows combines legitimate religious observance with business opportunities that generate additional wealth, while establishing networks that future operations might require for success. Whether the Jerusalem venture constitutes pilgrimage or raid depends upon perspective, but its results include further enrichment and expanded reputation that enhances his value as military commander, while creating legends that influence recruitment throughout Northern Europe. The psychological impact exceeds immediate material gains by establishing the adventurer as a figure whose exploits transcend ordinary military employment. When news reaches Harold of Magnus the Good's death in 1047, the exile recognizes opportunity to reclaim birthright through wealth that Byzantine duty has provided. The calculations involved balance immediate palace obligations against long-term dynastic ambitions, while considering whether accumulated resources justify abandoning secure positions for uncertain political ventures. Departure from Constantinople requires negotiations that balance official obligations against personal ambitions, while avoiding charges of desertion that could compromise future relationships with imperial authorities. Success in securing legitimate release demonstrates diplomatic skills that complement military abilities, while maintaining bridges that prudent adventurers preserve against uncertain futures. Through Russian rivers that carried him southward toward Byzantine destiny, the northward journey reverses the path that transformed royal exile into wealthy adventurer. The ships that bear him homeward carry more than personal fortune. They transport proof that foreign employment can provide resources exceeding anything domestic politics offers to ambitious princes whose patience enables long-term planning. At Nidaros, the return creates political upheaval that validates every calculation involved in his 15-year investment in exile and adventure. The gold that fills his war chests enables recruitment of forces that challenge Magnus's heir, while demonstrating how Mediterranean wealth can purchase Scandinavian loyalty more effectively than traditional bonds of kinship and honor. Victory in civil conflict that establishes Harold as king represents return on investment that Byzantine employment provided through mechanisms that conventional royal career paths could never match. The transformation from defeated exile to successful monarch demonstrates how individual ambition can exploit institutional opportunities when calculation guides courage and patience enables achievement. 18 years of kingship that follow the return validate decisions that prioritized accumulation over immediate gratification, while revealing how foreign experience can enhance domestic leadership through skills and perspectives that provincial upbringing cannot provide. The ruler who emerges combines traditional royal virtues with cosmopolitan sophistication that distinguishes him from conventional Scandinavian monarchs. By drawing on palace experience, the king applies reforms that mirror Byzantine practice yet adapt to northern realities. This synthesis of traditions merges familiar political structures with imported sophistication, creating improvements that retain legitimacy by remaining true to local identity. Under royal leadership, the lessons of Mediterranean campaigns are reshaped to fit the realities of Scandinavian battlefields, producing tactics suited to local needs while retaining imperial sophistication. The army forged through this process surpasses traditional northern limits, yet remains agile enough to counter both domestic rivals and foreign adversaries. Against English resistance at Stamford Bridge in 1066, the final battle demonstrates how completely his career embodied the transformation from local princeling to international adventurer whose ambitions span continents. The engagement that costs his life represents climax of aspirations that began with teenage exile and achieved fulfillment through employment that connected Scandinavian politics with Mediterranean economics. The fjord that waits beyond Stamford Bridge reflects English military evolution that parallels personal development, their confrontation representing collision between traditional northern warfare and tactical innovations that foreign experience has developed. The battle becomes test of systems rather than individuals, as cultural approaches to combat determine outcomes that reshape medieval European politics. When Harold's banner falls on English soil, it marks more than individual death. It symbolizes the conclusion of an era when Scandinavian adventurers could achieve royal status through foreign duty that provided resources unavailable through domestic opportunities. The last great Viking king dies representing possibilities that changing political circumstances were already eliminating throughout Europe. His men would say in later years that the emperor's gold paved the road to Norway's throne, their observation capturing essential truth about how Byzantine wealth enabled Scandinavian political success while acknowledging costs that accompany such transformations. The price paid includes cultural displacement that distances successful adventurers from societies they ultimately rule. The treasure that accumulated through palace employment exceeds anything previous rulers possessed, while demonstrating how individual enterprise can exploit institutional opportunities when ambition combines with patience and skill. His example influences recruitment for generations, as young Scandinavians recognize possibilities that foreign military work offers for social advancement and material enrichment. What the career ultimately represents extends beyond personal achievement to encompass broader patterns that characterize medieval European development. The interaction between local ambition and international opportunity, the transformation of political relationships through economic resources, and the evolution of warfare through cultural exchange that transcends ethnic boundaries. The prince who fled defeat at Stiklestad returns as king, whose wealth derived from Byzantine duty, his story embodying the Varangian experience that transforms northern warriors into palace defenders before enabling their return as rulers whose power rests upon foreign gold. Through these adventures, the Guard's potential for individual advancement reaches its ultimate expression. In death as in life, Harold Hardrada represents the possibilities and limitations that characterize Varangian employment. the opportunity for transformation through foreign military work balanced against the isolation that success creates from homeland cultures, whose values may no longer align with imperial experience. His legacy influences both recruitment and expectations. For generations of northern warriors who follow similar paths toward different destinies, two battles fought 3 weeks apart in 1066 transformed the Varangian Guard from a Scandinavian institution into an Anglo-Saxon refuge, their axes welcoming men who share the bitter taste of Frankish steel and the deeper bitterness of lost kingdoms. At Stamford Bridge, Harold Hardrada dies with English arrows in his chest, while at Hastings, Harold Godwinson falls with Norman lances through his skull. Twin defeats that send the finest warriors of both realms fleeing toward Constantinople, where Byzantine gold offers consolation that homeland graves cannot provide. September 25th marks the final great Viking defeat, as Harold's warriors learn too late that English tactics have advanced beyond Scandinavian anticipation. At Stamford Bridge, axes wielded in shield walls, perfected through 4 generations of Danish resistance, smash through Norwegian defences, proving that defensive warfare can generate innovations unimagined by raiders schooled in aggression. The irony deepens beyond the battlefield. Vikings perish to Saxon weapons, even as both cultures stand on the brink of conquest, by Frankish cavalry destined to make traditional infantry irrelevant. Within 3 weeks, those same Saxon axes taste defeat at Hastings, as William's horsemen demonstrate tactical superiority that relegates foot soldiers to historical curiosities. The conqueror's victory represents more than dynastic change. It marks the end of an era when northern infantry could dominate European battlefields through individual prowess, backed by cultural traditions that emphasized personal courage over systematic coordination. Edgar the Atheling, rightful heir to the throne, watches his inheritance disappear beneath Frankish hoofbeats while calculating escape routes that might preserve royal blood for future restoration attempts. The young prince recognizes that remaining in conquered territory means accepting subjugation or facing elimination, while eastward flight offers possibilities that defeat has not yet destroyed. His decision to seek Byzantine refuge creates precedents that will reshape the Guard's ethnic composition. Across the North Sea, English nobles load their remaining treasures aboard ships whose destinations exist more in desperate hope than reliable knowledge. These refugees carry stories of battles lost and estates confiscated, their testimonies creating recruitment opportunities that Constantinople's recruiters had never anticipated. The political upheaval that destroys independence provides the Eastern Empire with military resources that conventional diplomacy could never secure. Behind Edgar's flight march, the remnants of Saxon military nobility, thanes whose families had served kings for centuries, huscarls whose axe work had earned royal recognition, and household guards whose loyalty survived defeat but cannot survive occupation, that treats resistance as treason punishable by death or mutilation. These men possess fighting skills developed through generations of border warfare against Welsh cavalry and Scottish raiders. During the harsh crossing from Yarmouth to the Baltic ports, 235 ships carry the largest refugee fleet in medieval history toward destinations that promise employment for men whose martial skills represent their only remaining assets. The voyage tests everything that Saxon seamanship can accomplish, as overcrowded vessels navigate autumn storms while carrying passengers whose survival depends upon reaching foreign courts before Frankish pursuit eliminates possibilities for escape. Ships loaded beyond safe capacity struggle against Baltic gales that claim vessels whose overloading makes survival impossible when structural limits meet natural forces. Women and children accompanying their men face mortality rates that exceed military casualties, as inadequate provisions and crowded conditions create disease outbreaks that spread through fleets like plague-consuming armies during siege warfare. Syward Barn leads the first major contingent that reaches Constantinople's harbours, his arrival demonstrating how quickly political catastrophe can benefit Byzantine recruitment. The Saxon Earl brings military experience gained against Frankish cavalry, while his displacement from traditional territories creates hunger for new loyalties that governmental employment can satisfy more completely than exile could ever provide. What Constantinople gains through this exodus exceeds mere military reinforcement. It acquires institutional memory of tactical innovations that 4 centuries of warfare had developed against enemies whose capabilities paralleled current threats. These refugees possess knowledge of mounted combat, siege techniques, and formation fighting that Baltic traditions never emphasized, while their hatred of William's forces aligns perfectly with Byzantine strategic interests. Within guard barracks, linguistic transformation begins as Old English voices join Scandinavian conversations, while shared military traditions enable integration that ethnic differences might otherwise complicate. Both cultures emphasize individual prowess within group loyalty, while maintaining weapon skills that palace duty requires, their compatibility reflecting common Germanic roots that survived centuries of political separation. With English dialects taking precedence among fresh recruits, veteran Scandinavians confront the necessity of reshaping their communication to fit new realities. The barracks and parade grounds echo with a polyglot mixture of Danish, Norwegian, and Anglo-Saxon, creating a linguistic tangle that challenges interpreters during solemn rituals, where precise delivery of commands cannot falter. Instruction within the army transforms by weaving English ideas into the fabric of existing Northern styles, preserving identity while extending capability. The defensive strength of the shield wall links effectively with Danish axe fighting, while Frankish-inspired cavalry maneuvers combine with sailors' instincts to give the force unmatched flexibility. Among arriving refugees, Edmund the Etheling's supporters represent the highest levels of Saxon military society, their presence demonstrating how completely William's conquest had eliminated alternatives for nobility whose survival depended upon foreign refuge. These men bring court experience and governmental knowledge that enhance guard capabilities beyond purely military functions. From this integration emerges a synthesis proving that institutional identity can absorb new elements without surrendering its foundation. Recruits of English origin join in rituals like the Oath Ring, while veteran Scandinavians adopt northern battle songs whose melodies communicate shared ideals even where language divides. With military communities drawing recruits from multiple cultures, Father Magnus responds by broadening his ministry to serve believers whose backgrounds differ, yet whose service unites them. The liturgy, spoken in 3 languages, reflects this diversity while still upholding the theological coherence central to Byzantine Christianity. The New Land expedition represents the most ambitious attempt to establish overseas colonies that could provide alternative opportunities for guardsmen whose accumulated wealth exceeds immediate spending possibilities. Plans envision settlements along Black Sea shores, where veterans could establish agricultural communities while maintaining military readiness that enables response to palace summons when circumstances require their duty. The venture founders on the realities of geography and politics, as settlers attempt permanence in regions dominated by nomadic systems that render territorial claims meaningless. Pecheneg raids finish what poor planning began, while the survivors acknowledge their own unfitness for farming life on the steppe frontier. Failure of the New Land project redirects Saxon energies toward traditional guard duties, while demonstrating limitations that constrain institutional development beyond established patterns. The episode reveals how cultural backgrounds influence capability development, while highlighting the wisdom of policies that utilize foreign military skills within contexts where such skills prove most effective. Under Emperor Alexios I's leadership during the 1080s, English guardsmen faced their most psychologically challenging assignment, fighting against Frankish enemies whose conquest had driven them into exile, while serving palace interests that require professional objectivity rather than personal vengeance. The Battle of Dyrrhachium in 1081 tests whether hatred can benefit Byzantine strategy without compromising military effectiveness. At Dyrrhachium, Robert Guiscard's cavalry demonstrate tactical innovations that had conquered England while threatening to destroy Byzantine authority in the Balkans. The engagement forces Saxon guardsmen to confront enemies whose success had eliminated their political future, while serving emperors whose strategic calculations require subordination of personal feelings to professional obligations. Combat reveals that professionalism can silence ancestral hatred when survival rests on coordination rather than passion. Axes fall with practiced precision, reaping Frankish lives through discipline instead of vengeance. Their force drawn from training that values cohesion above individual fury. Victory at Dyrrhachium secures English credibility in the Byzantine hierarchy, showing how leadership can channel personal grievance into effectiveness without breaking formation. Policies of recruiting refugees prove their wisdom, for men uprooted by loss develop bonds of loyalty deeper than mercenary contracts. Amid demographic change, continuity survives as traditions reshape themselves to new conditions. Weapon-blessing rites endure, blending Germanic heritage with Orthodox liturgy to serve cultural memory and spiritual need alike. Structured maintenance ensures technical knowledge persists, northern steel tempered by Byzantine craft and Danish axes sharpened by Eastern metallurgy. Tools both practical and symbolic. Out of displacement arises new forms of household, where ties to local women intersect with continued allegiance to communal identity. These unions generate families that embody bicultural practice, raising children who inherit both language and custom, and who later stand as intermediaries among the city's many groups. As veterans return with wages saved from service, new business opportunities arise that secure their futures while adding strength to urban prosperity. English craftsmen open workshops catering to local and foreign patrons alike, their military backgrounds equipping them to craft specialized tools beyond the reach of traditional artisans. By 1190, the institution that Scandinavian warriors had created has welcomed refugees whose presence enriches rather than threatens established traditions, while demonstrating adaptability that enables institutional survival despite demographic transformation. The Guard maintains effectiveness while evolving to serve changed recruitment realities that political upheavals throughout Northern Europe continue to generate. For English warriors, piety proves deeper than expediency, as their enduring enmity with the Franks strengthens rather than weakens allegiance to Byzantium. The Orthodox faith becomes more than ritual. It supplies a framework of purpose beyond employment and forges solidarity across ethnic divisions. Axes still gleam in defense of emperors, their steel unchanged, though the voices that wield them belong to many tongues. A living demonstration that institutions survive upheaval by absorbing change without losing their essential heart. Linguistic transformation and ethnic variety reshape the Guard, yet shared duty and discipline bind men whose loyalty transcends ancestry. From northern adventurers chasing wealth to displaced fighters seeking refuge, from the hunger of raiders for silver to the hardships of exile, the Guard's history reflects the wider European story of shifting alliances, broken frontiers, and traditions of arms that cross ethnic lines. In Constantinople, they discover a homeland of service, where their personal identities coexist with imperial interests in arrangements that reward both crown and warrior. An institution born of Scandinavian valor has grown into a multinational elite, its effectiveness maintained through adaptation to changing demographics. The shift from narrow ethnic origin to a diverse fighting community exemplifies medieval Europe's wider transformations, where boundaries of politics shifted more swiftly than the cultural inheritances of the men who crossed them. Blood pools beneath the palace floors as Varangian axes complete their deadliest assignment, murdering Emperor Nikephoros III to clear the throne for Alexios Komnenos, whose promises of increased wages and expanded privileges transform the guard from royal protectors into kingmakers, whose loyalty determines which aristocrat wears the purple. The year is 1081, and foreign warriors discover that palace service sometimes requires eliminating the very emperors they swore to defend. Their steel deciding dynastic succession through methods that make battlefield warfare seem honorable by comparison. Alexios inherits an empire that exists more on parchment than in reality, his treasury emptied by decades of civil conflicts, while enemies press against every frontier, where Byzantine authority should command respect but inspires only contempt. Norman adventurers carve territories from imperial lands in southern Italy, while Turkish raiders penetrate so deeply into Anatolia that their campfires illuminate the walls of Nicaea, barely 100 miles from Constantinople itself. What the new emperor understands with desperate clarity is that traditional methods cannot address problems whose scope exceeds governmental capacity to solve through conventional means. The military forces that remain loyal number fewer than 15,000 effective troops, while financial resources barely suffice to maintain palace operations, let alone fund campaigns that could restore Byzantine authority over territories that rebellion and invasion have transformed into independent principalities. From his throne room, where bloodstains mark recent violence, Alexios contemplates mathematics that would drive lesser men to despair. Robert Guiscard approaches from the west with Norman cavalry, whose effectiveness has conquered half the Mediterranean, while Seljuk Turks mass in east under Malik Shah, whose ambitions extend to Constantinople's gates. Between these threats stands an empire whose survival depends upon foreign axes, wielded by men whose recent regicide demonstrates loyalty that transcends conventional moral constraints. Through the corridors of power, where whispered conversations determine policy, Anna Komnena observes warriors whose cultural background enables actions that civilized conscience cannot justify but political necessity demands. The emperor's daughter, educated in classical literature and trained in court protocol, struggles to comprehend men whose moral framework permits emperor killing, while maintaining absolute devotion to imperial authority when properly directed. These axe-bearing barbarians serve with loyalty that exceeds nature, she writes in observations that will preserve for history the most detailed contemporary account of guard psychology. Faithful as hunting dogs to masters who feed them, yet deadly as wolves when unleashed against enemies who threaten imperial interests. Their foreign birth frees them from domestic political considerations, while their adopted faith binds them to royal service with spiritual obligations that native-born subjects rarely achieve. Constantinople's citizens whisper prayers of thanksgiving when news arrives of Norman defeat at Dyrrhachium, their relief reflecting understanding that imperial survival depends upon victories that foreign gold enables, but domestic courage cannot guarantee. The battle that preserves Byzantine authority represents collaboration between tactical necessity and cultural antipathy, as English guardsmen faced Norman enemies whose success had eliminated their political future. Against Robert Guiscard's cavalry charges that had shattered English resistance at Hastings, Anglo-Saxon axemen demonstrate how exile can sharpen skills that comfortable victory might have dulled. These warriors fight with desperation that exceeds professional competence, while their tactical innovations reflect hard lessons learned through defeat that victory could never teach as effectively. Between shield walls that hold against impossible odds and crossbow volleys that eliminate Norman officers whose death creates command confusion, the Guard proves its worth through combat that validates every calculation involved in recruiting foreign troops whose effectiveness exceeds anything domestic forces can provide through conventional training. English steel harvests Norman lives with efficiency that demonstrates skill combined with personal motivation. Norman tactical superiority that had conquered England discovers limitations when confronted by defenders whose desperation exceeds attackers' confidence, while terrain features favor infantry formations over cavalry maneuvers that dominated battlefield encounters in different geographical contexts. The psychological advantage that Guiscard's forces had enjoyed through reputation meets equally strong mental factors that drive men fighting for adopted homeland that provides refuge against conquered enemies. Victory celebrations throughout Constantinople demonstrate how military success can restore imperial prestige, while providing tangible rewards that bind foreign soldiers to continued loyalty through gratitude as well as duty. Each surviving guardsman receives gold bonuses that exceed annual wages, while silk robes acknowledge their elite status within military hierarchy that their battlefield performance has validated. Palace ceremonies adapt to accommodate cultural practices that English integration brings to established traditions, their Christian background enabling participation in Orthodox rituals while maintaining Anglo-Saxon customs that enrich rather than threaten institutional identity. The Christmas grabbing ritual evolves to include English carols alongside Scandinavian drinking songs, creating celebrations that bridge ethnic boundaries while preserving essential characteristics. What Anna Komnena documents in her observations reveals psychological dimensions of guard service that official records cannot capture adequately. These men demonstrate devotion that exceeds rational calculation, while maintaining cultural identities that distinguish them from domestic troops whose effectiveness depends upon different motivational structures. Foreign birth enables service that transcends normal limitations. The princess writes with analytical precision that reflects classical education applied to barbarian psychology. Unencumbered by family obligations that might conflict with imperial interests, these warriors can focus entirely upon duties that their adoption into palace hierarchy makes sacred as well as profitable. The daughter's account provides insights that male chroniclers often overlook, due to their different relationships with subjects whose private lives influence professional performance in ways that formal military analysis frequently fails to consider adequately. Her observations document how personal displacement creates loyalty opportunities that stable social positions cannot duplicate. As English officers absorb Greek terminology, they preserve command structures that allow coordination across ethnic lines, ensuring tactical cooperation, though the linguistic barrier complicates early planning. Over time, it fosters multilingual skills that expand rather than diminish the Guard's effectiveness. During the Pecheneg crisis that threatens imperial survival in 1091, the Guard faces enemies whose nomadic capabilities had terrorized sedentary populations for centuries, while their political unification under capable leadership creates threats that traditional defensive measures cannot address adequately. At Livonian, Emperor Alexios stakes imperial future upon foreign axes that must prove equal to challenges that have destroyed previous dynasties. Battle develops as Pecheneg cavalry attempts to repeat tactical successes that had eliminated Bulgarian resistance while overwhelming imperial forces through superior numbers and mobility advantages that nomadic warfare traditionally provides against settled opponents. Their horsemen number nearly 60,000, while royal forces total less than 20,000, creating mathematical disadvantages that conventional courage cannot overcome without tactical innovations. Varangian formations adapt to terrain conditions that favor defensive positions, while their crossbow support eliminates enemy officers whose death disrupts coordination that nomadic tactics require for maximum effectiveness. The psychological impact of seeing their leaders fall to foreign steel creates panic among Pecheneg forces, whose cultural traditions emphasize personal leadership more than institutional command structures. When Pecheneg resistance collapses under sustained pressure that their mobility cannot counter effectively, the victory eliminates nomadic threats that had haunted imperial frontiers for generations, while establishing the Guard's reputation as elite troops whose effectiveness transcends conventional military capabilities. The triumph demonstrates how foreign loyalty can serve royal interests more completely than domestic forces whose reliability remains questionable during extended campaigns. Celebration feasts that follow this decisive victory demonstrate how completely English refugees have integrated into institutional culture while maintaining characteristics that distinguish them from domestic troops. Their songs combine Anglo-Saxon melodies with Orthodox prayers, while their toasts honor both fallen comrades and living emperor, whose generosity enables prosperity that exile had seemed to eliminate permanently. What emerges from decades of English integration represents institutional evolution that preserves essential characteristics while adapting to changed recruitment realities that political upheavals throughout Northern Europe continue to generate. The Guard maintains tactical effectiveness while accommodating cultural diversity that enriches rather than compromises military traditions. Faith itself becomes a site of fusion, as Orthodox Christianity supplies the spiritual framework uniting warriors of many origins, while accommodating cultural practices that amplify piety without undermining orthodoxy. In services, the voices of English singers blend with prayers from Scandinavia, affirming both variety and unity. Adaptation also appears in language, where changing demographics transform the Guard without weakening it. By 1100, Greek-speaking officers managed the flow of orders and negotiations between foreign contingents and native officials, upholding cultural integrity while maintaining cohesion in the field. The prosperity that follows integration grants guardsmen the chance to transform their wages into workshops, businesses, and estates, securing both personal futures and the economic stability of their host society. For veterans, such enterprises provide paths beyond the battlefield, their fortunes binding them to Byzantine endurance. Within their quarters, cultural life grows into institutions that preserve identity while meeting daily needs. Schools raise children in several languages, while churches incorporate traditions from different homelands into Orthodox service, creating a religious and communal life both diverse and loyal to the crown. With advances of the integration, marriage patterns adapt, creating households that unite different peoples while preserving the cultural uniqueness that adds depth instead of conflict to the broader community. Offspring from these unions grow into natural mediators, balancing languages and traditions while honoring both sides of their lineage. As veterans channel the profits of war into urban properties and rural estates, they achieve both personal security and social integration, weaving foreign fighters into domestic communities through ties of land and wealth. These acquisitions testify to faith in the endurance of the government, while securing loyalty rooted in shared prosperity. By century's end, the Guard stands as proof that cultural diversity can be managed without loss of efficiency, meeting the needs of the crown with greater steadiness than regional levies, whose reliability falters on distant campaigns. The long journey from northern raiders to cosmopolitan core highlights the capacity of institutions to evolve while keeping their essential foundations intact. Orthodox blessings sanctify the steel that warriors of many cultures wield together, proof that diversity can fortify collective resolve. As foreign blades safeguard Byzantine sovereignty, they also sustain rituals that link present service to historic legacy, ensuring that institutional identity resonates beyond immediate military purpose. Through war and peace, siege and ceremony, the Varangian Guard completes its transformation from ethnic military unit into multinational institution whose loyalty encompasses empire and faith, while maintaining cultural characteristics that distinguish them from all other forces in medieval military history. Halfdan carves his name into marble, while 10,000 Frankish pilgrims kneel in prayer below, his runic knife biting stone inside the Hagia Sophia, where emperors have worshipped for 6 centuries. The year is 1103, and this Saxon guardsman performs the most enduring act of vandalism in Christian history. His scratched letters spelling Halfdan carved these runes in a script that will outlast the empire he serves. Around him, Latin voices rise in unfamiliar hymns, while his axe rests against walls that have echoed with Greek liturgy since Constantine's day. From the gallery where he stands guard, the warrior watches Pope Urban's faithful crowd the greatest church in Christendom, their foreign prayers sounding as alien to his ears as pagan chants once did to Christian monks. These pilgrims speak of liberating Jerusalem, while their armed escorts eye Byzantine wealth with the calculating gaze that Halfdan recognizes from his own raiding days in northern seas. The irony tastes bitter as winter ale. He guards Orthodox Christians against Latin Christians, whose holy war threatens the very empire that gives his life meaning. Duke Godfrey of Bouillon approaches Emperor Alexios I through palace corridors, where Varangian steel lines the walls like a forest of death, each guardsman's presence announcing that negotiations will proceed according to Byzantine terms, or not at all. The Frankish nobleman leads 80,000 armed pilgrims, whose holy mission includes liberating Constantinople's treasures, along with Christ's tomb, their piety barely concealing ambitions that court observers recognize with professional alarm. Within the throne room, tension crackles like Greek fire, as Western nobility confronts Eastern authority through interpreters whose translations cannot bridge the gap between Latin assumptions and Greek realities. Godfrey's followers expect submission from effeminate Orientals, while Alexios commands men whose axes have harvested Norman heads and whose loyalty has survived emperors but never wavered in defense of throne and faith. Behind the Duke's silk banners, armed pilgrims calculate distances between themselves and treasure chambers that fund the guards' triple wages, their religious fervor insufficient to mask the territorial hunger that drives Western expansion eastward under sacred pretexts. Count Baldwin whispers estimates of portable wealth, while Bishop Adhemar pretends to study Orthodox icons whose gold and silver fittings could finance entire kingdoms. Captain Eric Bloodtooth positions his guardsmen with tactical precision that reflects decades of experience protecting emperors from enemies who disguise conquest as diplomacy. Each warrior holds his axe with deceptive casualness, while scanning Frankish faces for signs of movement that might herald assault on imperial authority. Their foreign origins enable them to recognize fellow barbarians, regardless of religious pretensions that civilization uses to justify savagery. "Watch the tall one with the scar," Eric murmurs to his second in command, indicating a knight whose hand rests too comfortably on his sword hilt. He studies exits like a man planning theft, and his prayers sound hollow as a cracked bell. These Western wolves come hungry, whatever their priests claim, about pilgrim devotion. The confrontation that erupts when Godfrey demands imperial submission demonstrates why emperors pay northern steel to defend Byzantine dignity. Frankish hands reach for weapons, while Saxon axes rise in response. The throne room transforming into potential battleground where holy war might begin with ecclesiastical bloodshed rather than Saracen conquest. Alexios diffuses the crisis through diplomatic brilliance that acknowledges Western strength while demonstrating Eastern resolve. His words offering cooperation without capitulation, while promising mutual benefit that serves all parties better than mutual destruction. The compromise that emerges enables pilgrims to continue their sacred journey while preserving imperial authority that Varangian presence makes credible. Outside the palace walls, Constantinople's citizens watch 80,000 armed foreigners march past their homes, while Orthodox guardsmen maintain order that prevents holy enthusiasm from degenerating into profitable looting. The contrast strikes observers whose understanding of Christian unity had never encompassed differences that make Latin pilgrims seem more alien than pagan Turks. When the Second Crusade arrives in 1147 under Conrad III's leadership, the Guard faces challenges that exceed anything their predecessors encountered during Godfrey's passage. These German pilgrims bring military discipline that makes them more dangerous than Frankish enthusiasm, while their numbers overwhelm Constantinople's capacity to supply or control populations whose presence threatens urban stability. Against the Mersey, the city's main thoroughfare, Varangian formations control crowds whose religious passion combusts into violence that threatens to destroy the very city they claim to defend. Saxon voices bark orders in accented Greek, while Germanic axes persuade pilgrims that Byzantine hospitality includes expectations of civilized behavior, that violations will meet with sharp correction. Fighting erupts when German knights attempt to requisition supplies that merchants refuse to provide at prices that imperial authority considers fair. The melee that follows demonstrates how quickly religious differences can escalate into ethnic warfare when competing Christian traditions encounter each other through force rather than theological debate. Swords clash against axes as Latin Christianity confronts Orthodox steel in battles that mock every assumption about Christian brotherhood that papal propaganda had promoted throughout Western Europe. Blood flows between cobblestones, while priests from both traditions invoke divine support for causes that seem equally righteous to their respective adherents. Victory belongs to the side that fights on familiar ground with superior coordination, their tactical advantages overwhelming, visiting enthusiasm through professional competence that years of urban warfare have perfected. German pilgrims discover that Byzantine guardsmen possess fighting skills that exceed crusading fervor, while local knowledge provides strategic benefits that foreign piety cannot match. In the aftermath, Conrad's survivors recognize that Eastern Christians pose military threats that exceed anything they anticipated, when papal sermons described effeminate Greeks requiring Western protection. The Germans retreat toward Anatolia with revised opinions about Byzantine military capabilities, while their wounded carry stories that will influence future crusading policies. Throughout these encounters, linguistic confusion compounds religious differences, as Saxon guardsmen speak languages that visiting Franks cannot identify with any known Christian tradition. Western pilgrims arrive expecting to find Greeks, but instead encounter English-speaking soldiers, whose cultural background seems incompatible with Orthodox service. yet whose devotion to Byzantine authority exceeds anything domestic forces demonstrate. Brother Odo of St. Denis attempts to minister to guardsmen whose souls he considers endangered by service to schismatic emperors, his evangelical efforts meeting responses that confuse every assumption about religious loyalty that Latin Christianity maintains. These warriors demonstrate Orthodox devotion while speaking Saxon dialects, their spiritual identity transcending ethnic categories that Western theology had never contemplated. These barbarians speak the tongue of heretical Saxons while serving schismatic Greeks, the Frankish monk reports to his superior. Yet their faith exceeds that of many Latin Christians, their prayers fervent despite theological errors that separate them from true papal authority. How can salvation flourish among peoples who reject Roman primacy, yet demonstrate virtues that shame our own faithful? The questions that Odo raises reflect broader confusion that characterizes crusading encounters with Byzantine realities that papal propaganda had systematically misrepresented. Western expectations of finding weakened Orientals requiring protection instead discover military forces that exceed crusading capabilities while serving political authority that neither requires nor desires Latin assistance. Manuel I inherits this complex situation when he ascends the throne in 1143, his reign requiring navigation between religious obligations to support Christian warfare against Muslim enemies, while protecting imperial interests against Latin ambitions that threaten Byzantine sovereignty. The young emperor recognizes that crusading success serves papal authority more than Orthodox benefit, while crusading failure weakens defenses against Turkish expansion. During military operations that characterize Manuel's aggressive foreign policy, the Guard demonstrates continued effectiveness that validates institutional adaptation, while proving that demographic changes have strengthened rather than weakened combat capabilities. Campaigns against Hungarian expansion and Italian intervention require tactical versatility that ethnic diversity enables through combination of fighting traditions. At the siege of Ascalon in 1153, Saxon guardsmen coordinate with Frankish crusaders in rare moments of Christian cooperation that temporarily overcome religious differences through shared military necessity. The alliance demonstrates possibilities for Orthodox Latin collaboration when political objectives align, while highlighting tensions that prevent permanent cooperation between competing Christian authorities. Battlefield performance during these joint operations reveals how professional competence can transcend religious prejudice when survival depends upon tactical coordination rather than theological agreement. Saxon axes support Frankish cavalry in assault formations that achieve results exceeding anything either tradition could accomplish through independent action. Among the spoils that victory provides, guardsmen receive shares calculated according to imperial rather than crusading policies, their compensation reflecting Byzantine recognition of military contribution, while maintaining distinctions that preserve institutional loyalty against Western attempts to recruit foreign talent for papal service. Fighting side by side with Western Christians pushes the guardsmen to reflect on their own faith, especially when they see traditions that boast spiritual authority yet falter in military strength. In these moments of comparison, their loyalty to orthodoxy deepens, since its strengths stand out more clearly against the shortcomings of Latin practices. During the quieter stretches of a campaign, debates over belief turn into lessons, sharpening their grasp of theology and validating the wisdom of serving the Orthodox cause instead of submitting to papal rule. For the Saxons, this contrast uncovers spiritual depths in their new faith that their earlier training had never even imagined. Through conversations with Frankish knights whose martial skills they respect despite religious disagreements, guardsmen develop appreciation for diversity within Christian tradition, while maintaining conviction that Orthodox theology provides superior framework for understanding divine will. These exchanges demonstrate how shared military experience can create mutual respect, despite fundamental disagreements about ecclesiastical authority. Through contact with crusaders, guardsmen discover chances to trade, adding to their wages while picking up insights into Western political affairs that prove useful to Byzantine planners. The gossip of campfires often provides sharper intelligence than the dispatches of embassies. Family ties with crusading households weave two cultures together, easing religious divides, yet keeping guard loyalty to the empire intact. Children raised in such homes understand both worlds, serving imperial goals that outlast narrow boundaries of faith or origin. Efforts at cultural preservation ensure traditions endure even as they evolve. Ceremonies now blending Saxon influences with Scandinavian heritage to mark the guard as distinct. Weapons reflect the same spirit of collaboration, with Saxon smiths mastering Frankish tempering while sharing their own northern skills, lifting the quality of arms on every side. By 1180, the institution has demonstrated ability to maintain effectiveness while adapting to changed political circumstances that crusading activity creates throughout the medieval world. The Guard serves imperial interests while acknowledging religious connections that unite all Christians against Muslim enemies when strategic necessity requires such cooperation. The marble where Halfdan carved his identity bears witness to institutional permanence that outlasts political changes while preserving memory of individual service that gives meaning to collective achievement. His runic letters announce to future generations that northern warriors found purpose in defending southern thrones while maintaining cultural identity that foreign service enriched rather than destroyed. From crusades to imperial renewal, from palace duty to frontier war, the Varangian Guard carries on a tradition born on Sweden's rivers and fated to end in sacrifice as the empire faces its final test. Their axes stand ready, their loyalty deepened by a service that transcends ambition and identity, uniting them with a cause greater than themselves. In the north, gold dwindles into brass as emperors beam with empty grace, their clipped coins so poor that Saxon fighters must melt down scores of them to craft even a single arm ring, fit for the pride of their ancestors. The year is 1180, and what had been the most loyal military unit in Christendom discovers that royal promises mean nothing when treasuries empty and rulers prefer Latin mercenaries whose devotion costs silver instead of gold. These axe-bearing giants who once decided dynastic succession now find themselves reduced to palace decoration, their effectiveness diminished by wine, and their honor tarnished by governments that view foreign steel as expensive luxury rather than essential protection. Captain Magnus Silverbeard weighs the month's wages in his scarred palm, feeling the lightness that betrays governmental treachery more clearly than any broken oath. These coins bear the emperor's image and sacred inscriptions, but their metal content reveals mathematical truths that court accounting cannot disguise. Each numisma contains half the gold it possessed during Basil II's reign, while guard compensation remains nominally unchanged, despite purchasing power that dissolves like morning mist. From the Blackenay barracks, drunken voices echo nightly, as warriors discover that wine provides escape from disappointments that sobriety cannot endure. The drinking that had once celebrated victories now drowns defeats that policy creates through parsimony, while tavern brawls multiply as northern tempers encounter southern deception, with violence that palace authorities struggle to control without eliminating the fighters they still need. What unfolds in the Golden Lion Tavern on a February evening demonstrates how quickly discipline dissolves when governments betray the warriors they depend upon for survival. Thorkel the Red argues with Greek wine sellers whose watered beverages cannot intoxicate men whose desperation requires complete unconsciousness, his voice rising with each cup that fails to provide the numbness that daily humiliation demands. Your wine tastes like vinegar mixed with tears, Thorkel roars, his massive fist crushing the ceramic cup that held liquid disappointment. We who protected emperors against assassins' knives now drink swill that Byzantine beggars would refuse, paid with coins that insult our ancestors' graves and mock our children's hunger. Violence erupts as other guardsmen join the confrontation, their frustration seeking targets that royal policies provide through merchants whose only crime involves serving customers whose wages no longer purchase quality. Tables splinter beneath northern fists while citizens flee toward exits, their terror reflecting understanding that Varangian madness threatens everyone within reach when desperation exceeds endurance. The chroniclers who document these incidents use terminology that reveals how completely institutional reputation has deteriorated from martial excellence to public menace. Varangian madness becomes standard description for violence that serves no tactical purpose, except demonstrating that northern steel retains cutting power, despite governmental betrayal of those who wield it. Emperor Isaac II confronts this crisis from throne rooms, where his authority depends upon men whose respect he has systematically destroyed through policies that treat loyalty as renewable resource rather than sacred trust. The sovereign recognizes that maintaining power requires military support, yet his treasury cannot fund the compensation that earlier rulers had established when wealth seemed unlimited and foreign steel appeared indispensable. Between imperial necessity and guard expectations lies a gap that widens with each passing month, as fiscal limitations collide with military requirements that previous emperors had satisfied through conquest, that provided resources for continued expansion. The empire that once grew through northern axes now shrinks due to inability to maintain the forces that growth had required. Latin mercenaries arrived during the 1180s, offering services that cost less than traditional wages, while providing tactical capabilities that court observers claim exceed guard performance during decline. These Italian fighters demonstrate discipline that contrasts sharply with northern behavior, while their reasonable compensation demands make them attractive alternatives for emperors whose budgets cannot support expensive foreign elites. Competition between traditional guardsmen and Latin newcomers creates tensions that threaten institutional cohesion, while revealing how completely alcohol has compromised effectiveness. When assignments go to mercenaries whose sobriety enables reliable performance, guard resentment explodes into violence that targets governmental authority rather than enemy threats. At the palace confrontation that occurs in 1185, institutional blackmail reaches unprecedented levels, as guardsmen demand bonus payments that exceed treasury capacity, while backing their demands with weapons that could eliminate officials whose policies have reduced elite warriors to desperate criminals. Captain Eric Iron Fist leads this challenge to royal authority, his acts demonstrating that military capabilities survive financial betrayal. Pay us what our forefathers earned, or face what our forefathers feared, Eric declares, while his steel rests against marble floors, where emperors' blood had pooled during previous dynastic transitions. We who eliminated Nikephoros for your predecessor can arrange similar promotion for worthier candidates whose generosity matches their ambition. Palace capitulation to these demands establishes precedents that encourage further extortion while demonstrating how effectively military blackmail can function when governments depend upon forces whose devotion derives from financial rather than spiritual considerations. The payments that result exceed resources that honest compensation would require, while creating expectations that future treasuries cannot satisfy. German Guard units offer alternative approaches to palace protection that combine effectiveness with economy, while providing cultural sophistication that barbarian traditions cannot match through education or refinement. These professional soldiers demonstrate tactical capabilities without requiring exceptional wages, while maintaining sobriety that enables reliable performance without behavioral complications. At Myriokephalon in 1176, the unit demonstrates final battlefield effectiveness that recalls their legendary past while acknowledging their diminished present. Against Sultan Kilij Arslan's Turkish forces, Saxon axes prove their worth in mountain warfare that tests every aspect of their deteriorating capabilities while providing opportunity for redemption through professional performance that transcends tavern reputation. Combat erupts across Anatolian heights as Turkish cavalry attempts to repeat tactical successes that had eliminated other Byzantine armies through mobility advantages that mountainous terrain usually favors. The engagement forces guardsmen to demonstrate whether alcohol and resentment have eliminated fighting skills that decades of warfare had perfected through experience that no training could duplicate. Thorkel Ironarm leads his section against Turkish positions with tactical awareness that transcends his tavern reputation, his axe work demonstrating skills that inebriation had seemed to eliminate, but crisis reveals as merely dormant. The psychological transformation from drunkard to warrior occurs with speed that amazes both enemies and allies, whose expectations had been shaped by behavioral deterioration. Victory represents the Guard's final demonstration of military capability that justifies continued employment despite behavioral problems that administrative efficiency struggles to tolerate. The triumph provides temporary validation of institutional value, while highlighting contrast between battlefield effectiveness and palace conduct that creates ongoing tensions with governmental requirements. Recruitment policies abandon ethnic restrictions that had previously defined institutional identity as administrative necessity, forces acceptance of personnel, regardless of cultural background or traditional qualifications. Greek conscripts and Bulgarian volunteers join northern survivors in units that sacrifice ethnic purity for numerical strength, while diluting traditions that had distinguished elite forces from ordinary troops. The cultural dilution accelerates as linguistic diversity eliminates communication advantages that homogeneous units had enjoyed, while traditional ceremonies lose meaning when participants cannot understand their historical significance. The polyglot force that results maintains nominal strength while losing tactical advantages that common heritage had provided through shared values and mutual understanding. Between declining effectiveness and increasing costs, palace administrators recognize that guard employment has become an unsustainable burden that consumes resources while providing diminishing returns in actual security enhancement. The mathematical calculations favor elimination, despite political risks that dismissing armed foreigners would necessarily create. English recruitment ceases completely, as prosperity under Henry II eliminates incentives that had driven Saxon nobility toward foreign exile during the post-Norman period. The homeland that had provided refugees now offers opportunities that exceed anything Byzantine employment can match, while political stability makes emigration unnecessary for survival. As imperial coffers tighten, wine rations stand as the Guard's final privilege, the sole reliable benefit left when once essential perks are stripped away. Alcohol that once accompanied other forms of payment now replaces them altogether, feeding men whose anger is greater than their endurance. Piety fades with performance. Drunkenness undermines spiritual growth, while resentment of authority makes cynics of soldiers who no longer find comfort in orthodoxy's words. Attendance at services is forced, prayers mumbled without faith. Archives mark the transformation. What was once an elite foreign brotherhood has sunk into the status of a mercenary band, its diversity born of desperation, not design. Warriors who once swayed succession now stagger under the weight of drink, their military worth dissolving as their cups overflow. By 1190, institutional strength has declined to perhaps 2,000 effective personnel, whose abilities reflect compromises that necessity has forced upon standards that tradition had established during periods when selective recruitment remained possible. The Guard maintains nominal existence while losing characteristics that had justified exceptional compensation and privileges. As demographics change, Guardsmen increasingly marry within their own dwindling communities, instead of forming households with local women who favor more advantageous matches. The result is cultural continuity, but weaker bonds with urban society, where earlier generations had found strength through integration. Economically, the situation worsens. Military pay no longer provides capital for profitable ventures, and a growing image of brutality closes doors to trade partnerships that once thrived on trust. The decline quickens, with reduced earnings shutting off the avenues of advancement that service used to guarantee. Between ceremonial duties that have become largely meaningless and frontier assignments that other forces now receive preference for, the Guard discovers that institutional decline can occur gradually and then suddenly, as relevance disappears, while traditions become increasingly hollow. Their axes still stand in throne rooms, but their loyalty has become habit rather than conviction. Once the finest military institution of the medieval world, the Guard closes its golden age under the weight of fiscal strain and bureaucratic neglect. Its elite fighters reduced to costly relics maintained more for sentiment than need. By the late 12th century, decline had gathered pace, laying the groundwork for the devastating collapse of the following century, when its very survival would be put to the test. 500 axe-bearers faced 20,000 crusaders, while the greatest city in Christendom burns around them. Their northern steel the only barrier between Latin greed and Byzantine treasures that have accumulated for 8 centuries. April the 12th, 1204. The mathematics are impossible, the odds grotesque, yet these final Varangians stand like bronze statues before the Blackenay Palace, while Frankish ladders rise against walls that have never fallen to foreign assault. They know they will die today, but first they will teach these Western wolves that orthodox loyalty costs more than Western appetite can afford. Captain Thormuth Eindridason spits blood through broken teeth while counting enemy banners that flutter beyond the harbour, like tournament pennants at some apocalyptic festival. Behind him, the last defenders of Byzantine independence check their weapons, with movements that betray exhaustion, born of fighting hopeless battles for worthless emperors, whose cowardice has reduced the Queen of Cities to a prize awaiting division among barbarian princes who learned Frankish prayers, but never abandoned northern greed. From the sea walls, where Greek fire once destroyed Igor's fleet, Frankish siege engines now hurl stones that shake foundations laid when Constantine dreamed his new Rome into existence. The harbour chain that Oleg's warriors had shattered 3 centuries earlier lies broken again, its bronze links scattered across waters that reflect flames consuming the richest districts, while Venetian galleys unload soldiers whose holy war has become treasure hunt. What mockery the fates weave from human ambition. Crusaders who sailed to liberate Jerusalem instead sack Constantinople, while Varangians who began as raiders now die defending the very empire their ancestors had pillaged. The circle closes with bitter completeness, as northern steel protects Byzantine gold against western theft, their loyalty purchased through centuries of imperial generosity, that the current crisis has revealed as mutual dependence deeper than either side had understood. Through palace corridors that echo with approaching death songs, Emperor Alexios IV discovers that wearing purple provides no protection when the men who place crowns also remove them. The young sovereign, who had purchased his throne through Latin alliance, finds that Western friends extract higher prices than northern enemies ever demanded, while the guardsmen who should protect him stand ready to execute imperial commands that their understanding of duty cannot reconcile with political reality. Behind palace doors that rattle under Frankish hammers, the final council of war reveals how completely governmental authority has collapsed into personal survival calculations. Court officials flee towards ships that offer escape, while military commanders argue over which districts deserve defense when defeat appears inevitable. But honor demands gesture toward resistance that might preserve something of dignity in the approaching catastrophe. Baldwin of Flanders counts his cavalry through siege smoke, while calculating how imperial treasures should divide among princes whose holy war has exceeded every financial expectation that papal promises had contained. The count's ledgers list Byzantine wealth with precision that commercial accountants would admire, each cathedral reduced to portable value, while palace libraries become fuel for cooking fires that feed armies too large for conquest to sustain through legitimate requisition. When the first Frankish ladders touch the sea walls on April 9th, defenders who remain discover that courage means more than weapons. When mathematics favor enemies by ratios that make tactical skill irrelevant, except as method for dying with style. Yet these Varangians position themselves with professional calm that reflects lifetimes spent converting impossible situations into profitable outcomes through applied violence and tactical innovation. Niketas Choniates watches from his palace window as northern steel meets Latin iron in combat that decides whether Byzantine civilization survives or perishes beneath Western boots. The court chronicler's pen trembles as he records observations that will preserve for history the final moments of an empire whose endurance had seemed permanent as marble, until Frankish greed proved that permanence requires defending. The Varangians stood like bronze statues, he writes, while stones crash through his roof and screams echo from streets where citizens discover that Western Christianity offers no protection. Their axes rose and fell with mechanical precision, while their faces showed neither fear nor anger, only professional concentration that death itself could not disturb. Between siege towers that roll like mobile fortresses and ladders that extend toward walls like wooden serpents seeking stone prey, the final defenders position themselves according to protocols that had served 8 centuries of imperial glory. Despite circumstances that render conventional resistance futile, except as demonstration of devotion that transcends rational calculation. Each guardsman selects his position based on personal preference for how death should discover him. Olaf the Tall chooses the highest tower where his axe can harvest maximum enemies before overwhelming numbers claim his life, while Eric Snakeeye prefers ground level, where close combat enables demonstration of individual skill that group tactics cannot provide when formations disintegrate under impossible pressure. Combat erupts with dawn as Frankish assault begins with systematic efficiency that transforms religious warfare into commercial operation, designed to maximize profit while minimizing losses that could reduce shares available for distribution among successful participants. The attackers advance with discipline that reflects professional competence rather than holy enthusiasm, while defenders respond with tactical precision that honor demands despite strategic futility. Through gaps in the walls that widen under mechanical assault, Latin soldiers pour like floodwater, seeking commercial opportunities that Byzantine resistance attempts to deny, through violence that serves symbolic rather than practical purposes. The psychological impact of witnessing imperial capital under foreign occupation creates trauma that survivors will carry throughout lives spent remembering glory that foreign greed has eliminated forever. Thormuth Eindridason falls at the palace gates with his axe buried in a Frankish knight, whose armor bears crosses that mock every assumption about Christian brotherhood that Orthodox education had promoted. The captain's death represents more than individual loss. It symbolizes institutional extinction as the final defender of traditions. Stretching back to Swedish rivers, breathes his last while Latin boots trample Byzantine mosaics. Around his corpse, surviving guardsmen discover that resistance has become token gesture, whose continuation serves only to prolong suffering that defeat has rendered inevitable. Some surrender to Baldwin's mercy, while others scatter towards ships that might carry them beyond Frankish reach to Christian territories, where imperial authority survives despite Constantinople's fall. Clergy who witness these final moments document scenes that challenge every understanding of divine justice that Christian theology attempts to provide. Orthodox priests watch Latin soldiers loot altars, while northern warriors die defending sacred spaces against enemies whose faith they theoretically share through worship of the same Christ whose divided body bleeds through sectarian violence. What emerges from the ashes when Latin occupation consolidates its control demonstrates how quickly institutional loyalties can adapt to changed circumstances when survival depends upon accommodation rather than resistance. Some guardsmen accept employment with Baldwin while maintaining professional standards that Latin administration requires for effective governance of conquered populations, whose cooperation determines occupational success. The scattered survivors who reach Nicaea and Trebizond carry with them institutional memory that enables continuity despite geographical displacement and political transformation. These refugees preserve traditions while adapting to circumstances that require innovation, without abandoning essential characteristics that define identity. Through exile and occupation, the Varangian Guard's golden age concludes with honor intact, despite imperial failure that no military unit could prevent through individual excellence when governmental incompetence creates problems that tactical skill cannot solve. Their final sacrifice validates 4 centuries of loyal commitment, while demonstrating that some values transcend political survival. The palace gates where Thormuth died still bear scratches from his axe, while Latin chroniclers record his name among those who proved that barbarian devotion could exceed civilized loyalty when properly directed. Through death, these northern warriors achieve immortality that their Swedish ancestors never imagined when they first launched dragon ships toward Byzantine gold. In defeat, the Guard completes its transformation from raiders to guardians to martyrs whose sacrifice preserves institutional honor, while imperial cowardice destroys political authority that military excellence had sustained for centuries. Their axes fall silent while their legend begins, carved in stone like Halfdan's runes, but written in blood that Latin conquest cannot wash away. Halfdan's runes survive when empires die, his knife-carved letters spelling northern names in marble that outlasts the Byzantine throne he died defending. In the Hagia Sophia today, tourists press fingers against scratches that announce Halfdan carved these runes, while tour guides speak of vandalism, never understanding they touch the only autograph that 3 centuries of Varangian service left for posterity. The Saxon guardsmen who defaced sacred stone achieved immortality that emperors spent fortunes pursuing. His name endures while theirs crumble into scholarly footnotes and museum labels. 50 survivors reach Nicaea in 1204, carrying axes that bear the blood of Latin crusaders and the tears of Eastern exile. Their emperor in exile, John III Vatatzes, grateful for any loyalty that defeat had not destroyed. These remnants of the greatest military institution in medieval history discover that serving fallen dynasties requires different virtues than protecting triumphant empires, yet their devotion adapts to reduced circumstances while preserving traditions that catastrophe could not eliminate completely. Captain Olaf the Last leads this shadow guard through ceremonies that maintain imperial dignity despite territorial losses that reduce sovereignty to symbolic gestures performed in provincial courts where golden thrones remember grander days. His warriors stand behind emperors who rule territories that previous courtiers would have considered unworthy of attention, their presence providing legitimacy that military success can no longer guarantee through territorial control. In exile, rituals adapt to circumstances that force innovation, while preserving essential characteristics that define institutional identity. The Christmas ceremony continues with modifications that acknowledge reduced resources. Guardsmen touch silk robes rather than imperial purple, while receiving silver coins instead of golden numismata, their loyalty undiminished despite rewards that reflect governmental poverty rather than royal generosity. Michael VIII, Palaiologos, returns to Constantinople in 1261 through gates that Latin occupation had left scarred by foreign rule. His restoration enabling renewal of traditions that exile had preserved despite territorial displacement and political humiliation. The emperor who reclaims the city discovers that institutional memory survives when individual devotion maintains continuity through periods when governmental authority seems permanently lost. Behind the restored throne, 50 guardsmen march in formation that recalls golden ages while acknowledging present limitations that reduce elite military units to ceremonial functions. Their presence provides psychological connection to imperial heritage, while demonstrating that some loyalties transcend political catastrophe when properly cultivated through generations of mutual commitment between foreign warriors and Eastern sovereignty. Still, the institution that returns bears little resemblance to forces that once decided dynastic succession through foreign steel backed by political independence. These guardsmen function more as palace servants whose traditional weapons provide symbolic rather than tactical advantages, their effectiveness diminished by economic constraints that prevent recruitment of personnel whose capabilities match legendary predecessors. Through Italian trading posts, Venetian merchants carry stories of northern warriors whose loyalty exceeded imperial capacity to reward properly, their accounts reaching Scandinavian ports where fathers recognized sons who sailed south seeking fortune, but found destiny defending foreign thrones with devotion that homeland politics could never inspire. These tales influence recruitment patterns while creating legends that transform military service into mythological achievement. At Uppsala, master runestone carver Thorgeir Iron Hand chisels memorial inscriptions that preserve individual memory while acknowledging collective loss that military adventure inevitably creates. His stone forest grows annually as families commission monuments to men whose death in Greece represents both personal tragedy and cultural transformation that connects Swedish villages to Byzantine palaces through bloodlines that foreign service has created. He died in Greece appears on 4,000 stones scattered across Sweden, Denmark, and Norway, each inscription preserving individual identity while documenting the scope of northern participation in Mediterranean warfare. that royal recruitment had sustained for centuries. These monuments represent demographic evidence that chronicles cannot provide while preserving family memory that governmental records ignore. Coins discovered in Icelandic farms and English churchyards tell stories that written sources cannot capture about economic relationships that military service created between northern communities and Byzantine treasuries. Each gold numisma found in Scandinavian contexts represents successful completion of imperial duty, while silver pieces document commercial relationships that armed service made possible. Traces of material culture show how northern smithing and eastern engineering came together through military partnership, each side drawing strength from the other. Byzantine manuals found in Swedish lands reveal the spread of tactical thinking, while Scandinavian weapon forms in Anatolia demonstrate how imperial forces absorbed foreign design. Centuries of service produced a cultural fusion that endured beyond shifting politics, blending traditions while safeguarding the core traits of each. Guardsmen who returned home carried military methods that shaped Northern European warfare, while their adoption of Eastern administrative practices strengthened the governing structures of Scandinavia. Through saga writing, the service of warriors is remembered as both history and legend, its tales carrying enough truth to illuminate the spirit of the institution and the experiences of its men. The Heimskringla and Laxdela saga preserve adventures that link distant northern settlements with the grandeur of Mediterranean realms, ensuring stories survived long after archives decayed. Out of these narratives emerge figures whose achievements won recognition that cut across cultures, celebrated for embodying purposes beyond self-interest. Harald Hardrada's fabled raid stands beside other exploits that saga authors immortalized, preserving ancestral honor as a guide for future generations. Within Westminster Palace, axe-bearing guards perform duties that connect modern monarchy to medieval precedents while preserving traditions whose origins trace back to Swedish rivers and Byzantine thrones. Their presence demonstrates how institutional memory can survive political transformation while maintaining characteristics that serve both ceremonial and practical purposes. Cultural heritage that survives in Scandinavian communities preserves memory of imperial service through folk traditions that transform military adventure into cultural identity. Family names, ceremonial objects, and architectural details reflect Byzantine influence that northern veterans carried home, while stories passed between generations maintain connection to Mediterranean glory that participants achieved through foreign loyalty. Istanbul's museums display artifacts that document the scope of northern participation in Byzantine military tradition, while tourist guides explain historical relationships that connected Scandinavian villages to imperial palaces through individual choices that cumulative effect reshaped two civilizations. These exhibitions preserve memory while educating visitors about cultural exchange that military service facilitated. Within the Hagia Sophia, conservation efforts protect Halfdan's graffiti against tourist damage, while acknowledging that these runic scratches represent historical testimony that formal documents cannot provide. The Saxon warrior who defaced sacred marble achieved permanence that exceeded his understanding, while preserving individual identity for future generations whose appreciation transcends cultural boundaries. Standing where emperors prayed and guardsmen died, visitors touch stone that bears witness to loyalties that transcended ethnic identity, while serving purposes that individual participants could never fully comprehend. The runes announce northern presence in southern sanctuary, while demonstrating how personal gesture can achieve historical significance that outlasts political achievement. Unearthed remains from former Byzantine regions testify to the presence of northern soldiers in Mediterranean conflicts and demonstrate the technological and cultural exchanges enabled by their service. Exchanges that thrived, even in the face of religious and ethnic division. From Swedish villages to English parishes, from Byzantine palaces to Nicaean exile, the Varangian story demonstrates how individual loyalty can transcend cultural boundaries, while serving purposes that transform personal adventure into historical significance. Their axes fell silent in Constantinople's streets, but their legend echoes through centuries that remember devotion exceeding every expectation that foreign service could reasonably demand. The stone dragon sleeps forever in Scandinavian memory, while tourists photograph walls that northern hands built through loyalty that Byzantine gold purchased but could never fully repay. Halfdan's runes endure in marble, while empires crumble into dust, his signature preserving for eternity the moment when Swedish raiders became imperial guardians whose devotion outlasted the empire itself.